that was advertised between the 16th of February and the 30th of May, using the interim arrangements, as was approved by Council on the 25th of March in 2022. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Nkamile. Councillor, you have 1 minute. Your time starts once you are unmuted. Councillor Nkamile, you have 1 minute. Councillor Nkamile, I've asked you twice to continue with your 1 minute. I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to carry on. For the next person to speak on this item is Councillor Smart. Councillor Smart, you have 2 minutes. Your time starts once you have unmuted.
Thank you, Speaker. Now I have a question and maybe a comment. I'm not sure what was the court judgment in its entirety. So I would like to understand if we are totally removing the Triple PFMA, and if there was a judgment, from the Apex Court, then it will be referred then to Cabinet or to Parliament to make certain adjustments and so forth. And yeah, my question is then, if that process has not been completed yet, if we can maybe park the proposal coming from Councillor Wessel. So I'm not quite certain of what was the judgment, Speaker. So I just need some clarity on that as well. Thank you, Speaker.
Through you, could I ask the CFO to answer that?
Yes, Speaker, in order.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Good morning, councillors. The court judgment that was given in February this year basically left a portion of the announcement unclear to the Minister of Finance, and the portion that was unclear is whether the previous court case at the appeal court, there was a 12-month period granted to Treasury to revise the Triple PFA regulations, which was then appealed by the Minister. And then in the Concord judgment in February, the appeal was lost, but there was no pronouncement made on the timing of the 12-month period that was given to Treasury to go and revise the Triple PFA regulations. That basically caused the whole situation where National Treasury advised all of us that they will need time to revise the Triple PFA regulations as ordered, but in the meantime they were not sure how to guide us which Triple PFA or version of that regulation to then apply. And then subsequently what happened afterwards is the Minister went back to the Constitutional Court just to clarify that portion of the judgment about the 12 months. And this item now is as a result of the clarification that was given to the Minister then recently to explain that the 12 months is still valid and that it starts from February this year, which means National Treasury still has until February next year to change the Triple PFA regulations to now make corrections as needed according to the judgment given by the Constitutional Court. So our item basically reverts us back to the 2017, which is the latest version of the Triple PFA regulations, and then basically it's, if I can call it like that, business as usual in terms of the Triple PFA for us now until Treasury can issue new regulations, and they have until February next year to get that process completed. And that's basically what the item is trying to achieve. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Councillor Smart, does that answer your questions?
Yes, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can we move on then? Thank you. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Du Toit.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm covered. You can proceed.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Clark. You have 1 minute. Sorry, before you continue, I'm going to try one more time, Councillor Clark. Councillor Nkumile, you had 1 minute. I passed you because you did not answer. I'm going to give you the last opportunity to use your minute. You may proceed. Councillor Nkumile, I have asked you three times now. I'm going to move on. I see you are in the meeting. I'm therefore going to ask Councillor Clark to have her 1 minute. Your time starts once you've unmuted.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. We're all in favour then. We're going to move on to the next item. I'm going to continue with 13.2. Appeal in the terms of Section 62 of the Local Government Systems Act of 2000, Act 32 of 2000, allocation of R4286 Pacalsdorp, 18 Unity Walk Pacalsdorp. The first person to speak on this item is Alderman Kritzinger. Alderman, you have 2 minutes. Your time starts once you have unmuted.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to this appeal team. I would like to propose that we appoint Councillor Cronje and Councillor Brown to be appointed to this appeals committee, and then also plus one member from anywhere from the opposition, from an opposition party. Thank you. I so propose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is the EFF, Councillor Tampe. You have 1 minute. You may proceed. Councillor Tampe, is anyone of the EFF, either of the two councillors from EFF on in this meeting before I continue? Councillor Nkumile, you are present. However, I don't understand. I've asked you to do the previous item. Can I ask you to do this item because Councillor Tampe is not present? Okay. I am therefore going to continue with this. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor America. Councillor America, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the proposal made by my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item I'm going to continue with is item 13.3, appeal in terms of section 62.1 of the Local Government Systems Act 2000, Act of 2000, allocation of R2182 Tayolora at Toto Street, Timberletu. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Cronje. Councillor, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity. Colleagues, we are referring to pages 1419, 1420, and 1421, and then the recommendation as on page 1422. I would like to propose that for this appeal committee, I would like to propose Councillor Cronje, Councillor Simmels, and one from the opposition. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cronje. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Mantele from the ANC. Councillor, you have 2 minutes. Your time starts now.
Molweni Speaker, as the ANC siphakamisa igama likaSiphiwe Toto. Nkosi.
Sorry, Councillor, I had a bit of a break in my sound here. Could you just repeat that, please?
Okay, Molweni, Speaker and Councillors, as the ANC, siphakamisa igama likaSimphiwe Toto, Councillor Simphiwe Toto.
Thank you very much. If I understand it correctly, you are from your side. You'd like to put yourself on the on that Toto. Sorry, that's fine. Okay. On both committees, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. The next person to speak on this item. Sorry, councillors, could I ask you to keep your microphones unmuted, please? Councillor Nkumile, your hand is up. I presume you're back in the meeting.
Yes, Speaker. I'm back. I'm back in the meeting.
Thank you very much. I'll take note of that. We're going to continue. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Kampi. Councillor, you have 1 minute. If she is unavailable, Councillor Camille, would you take the 1 minute on her part? Because I know that you are having problems with the connections. Councillor Kampi, are you online?
I'm not sure is she online, because she mentioned to me that she is having a problem of network.
Okay, Councillor, could I then ask you to take her minute, or can I move on, please? Councillor Camille.
Okay. Can you move on, Solo?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Windvai. Councillor, you have 1 minute.
Ek sekondeer die item van my collega, sterk onneer, 13.3, dankie.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We're all in favour then. We're going to move on to item 13.4, the Municipal Corporate Governance of Information and Communications Technology Policy. Councillor Windvai, I'm going to ask you to please put your microphone off. Thank you. I'm going to continue with item 13.4, the Municipal Corporate Governance of Information and Communications Technology Policy. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Gultich. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. As a DA councillor, I would like to start with the proposal of this policy is to institutionalize the governance of the information technology as an integral part of the corporate governance within the municipality to inform and cooperate in that manner. Whereas practice, the municipal council must provide political leadership and strategic direction through determining the policy and providing oversight. The municipal council must assist the municipal manager to deal with intergovernmental, political and information communication technology related to municipal issues beyond the direction, control and influence thereof. In conclusion, this corporate governance of information communication technology policy has been designed for the exclusive use and alignment of the municipality, and implementation thereof had been phased over a long period to provide municipalities with the time required to implement this information technology governance policy framework effectively. I would like to propose to Council to approve and adopt this information communication technology policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Lentu. Councillor, you have 2 minutes. Your time starts once you have unmuted your microphone.
Molweni Speaker, Molosa Mlomo. Ndibulise kumntu kumaqabane onke. Siyeva ke Speaker ukuba nithi mas approve le ndaba yomgaqo-nkqubo nolawulo lwequmrhu lukamasipala ubuchwepheshe bolwazi nonxibelelwano lokuqhotyoshelwe kule agenda. Thina sithi si-ANC sidibona njenge-DA yabantu abasebenzisa ububhuli okanye ubuyinkunzi. Kuba niza kuthi emveni koba makuvotwe kwaye niyayazi into yoba nisisininzi. Siyacela ezi polisi zonke mazingayi only siyacela izipolisi zingayi only ku-section 80 committee kube kanti kuphelele apho, because siqwalasela into yokuba xa nizise ku-section 80 committee nibe nithi kugqityiwe, and then siphelele apho ingadluleli loo nto. Emveni koko nibuyele kuthi nithi mazipasiswe. Zizawupasiswa njani ezinye izinto ezingayanga kwi-workshop? Siyacela ezipolisi maziworkshophe and sonke sizivumelane ninini nathi thina the opposition. Enkosi ke, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our translator for today is Mr. Julata. Julati, can you please translate for us?
Morning, Speaker. Morning, Speaker. Morning, Councillors. As Councillor Lento is saying, good morning to everyone, and he's hearing the approval of the municipality of the roadworks. He feels as though that the ANC is bullying the rest because they have more people on their side. So obviously, when they vote, then they're gonna get the vote. And it's also said that everything gets taken to section 80, and they feel like when it gets taken to section 80, it is unfair, and that nothing gets workshopped. So not everything gets approved by everyone else. So they would like that to get workshopped so that everyone can agree on it together. The DA itself and also the opposition themselves. And I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lento. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Lowe.
Speaker, goeiemôre. Goedwil het 'n probleem dat die policies by die artikel 80 komitees geworkshop word. Daar's so min tyd en dit word altyd afgehardloop wanneer daar section 80's gehou word. Dit kan nooit deeglik gedoen word nie. Ons wil net graag weet, wat is die rede hoekom dit nie in die raad gedoen kan word nie as 'n algehele workshop, sodat dit deeglik gedoen kan word nie. Ons elke keer kom ons terug en ons kom vra dieselfde ding oor en oor, maar ons kry nie antwoorde nie. Dit word net vir ons gesê, dit word so gedoen en klaar.
Mr. Gelati.
Molweni, uCouncillor Lo ubulisa wonke umuntu naye uvumelana no-Councillor uLento ngelento ubana i-policies maziworkshopwe because yonke into yenziwa ngo-section 80 and xa zenziwa ngo-section 80 kuyanxanywa, and xa bebuzisayo kutheni izinto zenziwa ngolu hlobo kuthiwa indlela izinto zenziwa ngayo qha. So nabo becela into yobana ii-policies maziworkshopwe kwenzela wonke umuntu besentweni eyi-one.
Thank you very much. I'm going to answer the question with a simple answer. I have sent out a document regarding the policies and the workshops. So I have sent out a document regarding that, and it has been answered. I'm therefore going to be moving on to the next person to speak on this item. Will be Councillor Jantjies.
I second the aforementioned. Thank you.
Councillor Gericke, do you have a question or point of clarity?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just clarity. And the question, the fact that you've sent out a document in regard to workshops and so on, doesn't mean it's a final say and we got to stick to this. We want answers as to why we cannot workshop as a council, why Section 80 committees with people, many instances they don't have the expertise and the know-how to formulate policy, why they can formulate policy and not the entire council. And I'm going to write to you and ask you to open this up because this is not on that Section 80 committees formulate policy, and you actually effectively bar council from its oversight role and input into policy. So you got to open this up. The fact that you've written to us is not the alpha and the omega. In fact, your writing doesn't make sense at all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I've taken note of that, and I'll await your documentation easily. Thank you very much, Councillor. I take note of what you've said there. Councillor Viljoen, you have something to add?
Speaker, thank you. If I may just take you back to 13.2, which is the Appeals Committee. Can I just bring to your attention that Alderlady Kritzinger nominated two people, Councillor Cronje and Councillor Brown, but Councillor Brown cannot serve on that Appeals Committee as she was part of the original decision. So with admin's permission, can you possibly just go back and ask Alderlady Kritzinger to nominate a second person in place of Councillor Brown to make that decision legal? Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. And I take note of that. I'm going to go back then for record purposes and legality of the decision. Could I ask Councillor Alderlady Kritzinger to please nominate a different name to Councillor Brown?
Yes, Speaker, I'm terribly sorry for the mistake I made. It should have been not Brown, it should have been Summers. That must be, I'm sorry for that mistake. So I want to retract that the first recommendation I made, and it must be Councillor Cronje and Councillor Summers that's got to be on that list. Thank you so much, Speaker, and I humbly apologize for the mistake I made.
Thank you very much, and I therefore need to have a seconder, Councillor America.
I second that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. So the names have then been changed. We're then going to move on to the next item. Item 13.5, resolving attender number 5, FIN 027/2021, calling for tenders for the raising of a long-term loan of, and I'm going to get this very carefully, 195,629,762 rand, and the first person to speak on this item is Councillor Wessels. Councillor Wessels, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes, this item deals with the budget of 21-22 that approved a loan of 195 million to be taken up to fund upgrades to critical infrastructure and also to procure additional vehicles needed for service delivery. The extension, the annexures provide details of various projects and items that make up the overall amount to be borrowed. Since the initial budget of 195 million, operational needs and the awarding of the BFI funding has resulted in adjustments to this. These changes were then incorporated into the 22-25 MTRF budget and contribute to the reduction of the amount that needs now to be borrowed downwards to 116.7 million. The loan of the 116.7 is aligned to the long-term financial plan, and all the future borrowings will be addressed against the requirements. Subsequently to this item being drawn up, where Council would note that no comments was received from National Treasury nor the public, we have on the 28th of June received a letter from National Treasury, and I would just like to get an extract from that where it says the municipalities drive towards the long-term financing over the 21-22 MTRF is supported, as it will assist the municipality's capital investment, which have been stagnating over the past few years. So, Speaker, with all of that said, I would like to recommend A to D on page 1443. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wessels. The next person to speak on this item is Good Party. Councillor Hector, you have 1 minute. Councillor Hector, you have 1 minute. Your time starts once you have unmuted your microphone. Councillor Jay, as the whip, I'm going to ask you, is Councillor Hector available, or can I move on, please? Councillor, I'm going to continue for the time being to Councillor Alderman Gericke. Alderman Gericke, you have 3 minutes. Your time starts once you are unmuted.
Mr. Speaker, the PBI is not going to support the procurement of this loan. The reason being, this council, the mayor, and your MMC for finance have boasted the year or two about the cash reserves that this municipality possess in a bank account. So it doesn't make sense whether it's 195 million or 116 million to go and borrow money whilst you have cash reserves. You are burdening the taxpayer now with interest and long-term loans whilst you have the money to pay this. No, nobody knows why you keep the cash in the bank accounts while you need equipment and stuff for the municipality. That is the one point. The second point, I mean, what is the amount of interest? You are not telling us this, Dirk. I don't see it in the item, Mr. Councillor Dirk. And we don't see the projected amount to be paid back. You are changing the amounts now while you're reading the item. So we are not sure what we're going to pay back, but you want us to agree to a loan. And then secondly, the issue of the vehicles is a very sensitive point at the moment, the issue of the procurement of vehicles. We know that just recently that vehicles were auctioned because they were standing parked at the dealership here, and they parked and got broken while they were parking. And it happened under your current mayor's term, even in the previous term. And, you know, so nothing has been done about it. Some of those vehicles could have been used, but it was parked for 18 months and 2 years, and nobody paid attention to that. And the only person that was held accountable was the director for community safety. Nobody in the supply chain, nobody in finance, no politician in terms of oversight. And now you're coming back here unashamedly to say we must avail money or go take out a loan for vehicles. It doesn't make sense. I mean, you are abusing the taxpayer. You are abusing the processes of council. And with all due respect, it got nothing to do with the current municipal manager because she wasn't involved in this. So you, Mr. Speaker, must make sure that you hold even your mayor accountable for oversight, because you are supposed to bring reports to this council with regard to the vehicles. But now you come in here, you want money. You want us to go back and the taxpayer must pay for this. Whilst we need all this monies for service delivery in our city, this is now on other luxuries. And we cannot agree to this, Mr. Speaker. This is not on the DA must be held accountable, and we will not agree to this. And even if you use your majority to push this through today, this is going to have dire political implications for you in the DA and for to the detriment of the electorate. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Alderman. Alderman, I take note of your objection, and I'm going to go back to Councillor Hector. Councillor Hector, I see your hand is up. Could you please use your 1 minute starting now?
Mr. Speaker, I am not trying to be difficult, and I'm gonna, you know, we had a chat in the week, and we're gonna make this meeting a smooth meeting. But I want you to write to me. I'm gonna ask you to write to me in regard to steps to be taken against the mayor about his oversight role of those vehicles that have been auctioned and people in the supply chain that refuse to issue orders for the repair of those vehicles. It's a big issue. It's a big issue with the taxpayer, and it should be a big issue with oversight bodies in this council, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Gericke. I take note of what you said, and I'm going to ask you to please put that in writing for me with all the evidence and stuff so that I can take the investigation further. Thank you. I'm going to go back to Councillor Hector. Councillor Hector, your 1 minute starts now.
Speaker, kan jy my hoor?
Ek hoor jou.
Speaker, ek het net 'n vraag aan die CFO. Ek wil net weet wat is die bedrag of die geprojekteerde bedrag wat oor hierdie leningstydperk terugbetaal gaan word. Dit is die eerste ding. Ons moet weet ons is 'n instansie, ons is 'n munisipaliteit wat verantwoordelik is vir dienslewering. Ons het so 'n tyd gelede 'n saak gehad waar die public protector 'n ruling uitgebring het waar ons R350 miljoen eerder gaan besluit om te gaan belê. So in die lig van hierdie twee bedrag wat daar is, die R350 miljoen wat julle gaan belê het, en rentes gekry het, 'n raadslid rentes gekry het, of kommissie gekry het, of wat gekry het, en op 'n eerlike manier, of wil ek weet, as ons, ek wil by die CFO hoor, wat hy vir ons, tussen hierdie twee bedrag, dat hy die rentes vir ons kan gee as raad. Ons maak beswaar met hierdie ene, want hier is weer eens, en ons weet, jullie moet eerlijke mense veral van julle kant af van die zaak. Goed, ek wil vraag wat ek gevraagd, wat moet antwoord van die
Councillor Mankele, can I please ask you to control your microphone? I want to go back to muting everybody. Please, could you control your microphone? Councillor Hector, I'm going to ask for Mr. Gelati to translate that first before we go ahead.
Olweni, uCouncillor Hector ubebuza into yokubana le mali ibolikwayo izobuya iyimalini xa seyizele. And also uthetha ngento yokubana bekuthethwe ngemali engange-350 million ebibekiwe and ibizobuya inenzala. So ufuna uyazi kwenzeka ntoni ngeza mali and into yokuthi akho bantu abanenyani kwi-DA.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the Mayor if he could answer some of those questions as our Council Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I think it is important just for Council to understand that when we undertake capital expenditure as part of our capital budget, we fund those portions out of grants, out of own funding, and also out of loans. So it is always a blend of funding that does take place, and we need to do that so that we can make use of our cash resources for best use over a period of time. So we constantly are looking 3 to 5 years ahead as to what our cash resources are, and therefore certain of our capital expenditure will then always be funded by a portion of loans. And in this case, there is a loan as indicated in the item of 112 million that will then be over a period of 15 years because of the length of life of those assets. And then the vehicle portion, the transport assets, is about 4.7 million rand, which will then be funded over a period of 5 years. So that's how any organization then balances its funding going into the future. So this is all indicated in the item, including in the annexures where the amortization tables have been set out, including how the interest rate is determined for each year going forward. So that's the basis on which we do all of our capital funding. There was also some reference to vehicles that were sold off by auction, and those vehicles were past their useful life, redundant vehicles, of which there is very little use for the municipality going forward, and to repair them and to maintain them would then not be economical. So this is the basis on which we do all of our funding, and we've done in the past, and we will continue to do. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, could I please ask to put your microphone off, Councillor Mankele? Otherwise, I'm going to have to disable your microphone. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor van Branders.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think the Mayor explained it very nicely, how we fund our capital budget, and it's a mix of debt, own funding and grant. I therefore propose the recommendation on page 1443, A to D. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We have had an opposition, or we've had an objection to the proposal, so therefore we are going to have to vote on whether this goes through or whether the recommendation is rejected. So I'm going to ask that, Rose, we're voting for the proposal.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Alderman.
Can I just ask you before we vote, what is the exact amount that we are taking out? Because this says confusion. It's then that amount and then that amount is mentioned. What is the exact amount that the DA wants to take out?
Alderman, I'm reading it from the item. It says 195,629. That is wrong then. Can I have somebody to please, Dirk, could you just give me the right figure, please? Councillor Wessels, could you just give us the correct figure, please?
Hi, Speaker. Yes, I'm just moving up on the item to give you the exact figure. It is just going up here quickly. It is so recommendation. So I'm going to go through the two different ones. A is 111,973,726 rand, and the second one is 4,740,57 rand. Thank you very much, Speaker. It is both of these amounts are stipulated in A and B of the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wessels. Councillor van Niekerk, I acknowledge that you've joined the meeting. Thank you very much. Councillor Hector, you have had your turn to speak.
Speaker, ek vra wat nie geantwoord was hier aan die CFO. Miskien ek gaan dit maar weer vra.
Councillor, the CFO didn't answer the question. The Mayor answered the question.
Ek het 'n vraag gevra aan die CFO wat verantwoordelik is vir die finansies van hierdie munisipaliteit.
Councillor, we've had this discussion in the past, and I've gone through the regs and everything like that. That the MMCs and the party or the
raadsvergadering is net vir raadslede so die amptenare kan maar gaan.
Councillor,
weet jy dit?
I'm saying that the council, it is a council meeting, yes.
Vraag aan die hooffinansiële beampte van die munisipaliteit en ek verwag 'n antwoord.
Councillor Hector, I am going to insist that I have given the answer, and the Mayor has already given that. The administration is here to take note of everything that is being discussed, and so therefore...
Ek vraag wat die Meyer dan my vraag vra, want dit antwoord, want dit my vraag geantwoord. My vraag was, wat is die bedrag in rentes of die geprojekteerde rentes per een finansiële jaar? Sodat ek aan die gemeenskap kan gaan, hoekom julle moet Gamplas kry, want dit is die bedrag wat aan rentes betaal raak deur die munisipaliteit en nie kan ander boumateriaal kan kry vir infrastrukture nie. Dis kom julle
Councillor Hector, I'm going to answer your question quite clearly. Everything that you are asking has been put in the item.
Wat het jy gehoor? Wat het jy geantwoord in terme van die rentes per 1 jaar?
The item is complete.
Praat die persentasie bewysie.
Councillor, I'm going to ask you to order. Councillor, while I'm talking, let's not have a repeat of this. While I'm talking, Councillor, I'm going to ask you please to stop talking. I've made a ruling that the Mayor has answered the question. Councillor, I'm going to give you your first warning. Here we start. I'm going to give you your
Ik ga
first
begin met die
warning. The
tweede
time
een.
now is
Maar begin
11:06.
met die tweede een ook. Ons is een vandaag.
Mr. Speaker,
Councillors, please.
Mr. Speaker, you are derailing the meeting. The
I'm
councillor
not
is
derailing the meeting. I have answered the question.
The councillor is asking a question. Let the relevant department answer, and that's that. Then we move on because it's important for us as to how much will be paid back over that period.
Alderman Gericke, I understand exactly what you're saying. However, everything that you are asking me is in the item. And I'm therefore asking the councillors to read the item completely. I have confirmed that it is in the item.
It's only the interest rate of 9.52%. That's all. It doesn't include the entire amount, Mr. Speaker. We have read the item. Don't underestimate our intelligence.
Councillor Alderman, unfortunately, I've asked that the mayor answer the question.
The mayor did answer the question. I mean, what is
Okay.
the
Councillor Wessels?
I've also asked
Councillor
it.
Wessels, Councillor, just 1 second, please.
Ik kan my hand is heeltyd op.
Councillor Jay, do you have a point of clarity or point of order?
Speaker, ek wil net beklemtoon deur te sê dat u maak regtig die meetings moeilik. Laat die relevante persoon antwoord die vraag wat councillor Hector gevra het. Hy het gesê hy wil dit nie in persentasie hê nie, hy wil dit in rand en sent hoor. So dat's die relevante persoon die antwoord gee.
Councillors, I'm going to say this as politely as I can. This is a meeting of council. And how things have been run in the past, I'm not going to take vouch for that. However, I am going to say that the meetings that I'm trying to hold are according to the regulations, and this is a meeting of council. And therefore, in the rules of order and everything, it makes provision for the MMC and the mayor to answer your questions. I am not deviating from anything, and I'm not making my own rules up. I'm merely applying the rules as I have seen and I have understood them. And I am therefore, we have had an objection to this item by Alderman Gericke. And I am therefore going to ask that we go over to a vote to whether we are accepting the recommendation or whether we are rejecting the recommendation.
Mr. Speaker, we cannot go over to a vote unless we have the figures in front of us.
Alderman Gericke, you have already said you are not supporting this recommendation for any loan.
Because of the fact that information is missing in this item. So can we get the information so that we can apply our minds, or else you must refer this item back so that we have a full disclosure.
I'm going to ask Councillor Wessels to answer the figures in rand value.
It's ook met 'n cover up hierso.
Alderman, Councillor Hector, I'm going to ask you to please put your hand down. Councillor Wessels.
Hi, Speaker. Yes, firstly, I take exception to the certain remarks made by Councillor Hector, and I'm sure you will deal with that in an appropriate manner. But so the final values will be
Councillor J.E. I've made the ruling. If you do not like my ruling,
Councillor Dirk Wessel moet net die ding voorlê wat vir hom gevra word. Jy is die een wat die meeting het. Ek kan nie vir jou kom leer hoe om die meeting te lei nie.
I have asked him to answer the question. Please, if you have an objection to the way that I'm running this meeting, there are ways of dealing with this outside this council. We have a long agenda today. And as I said, I'm running this meeting in accordance to the rules of order, in accordance with the Systems Act. And I'm now going to ask Councillor Wessels to give the figures so that we have clarity on this, and then we are going to move on. Councillor Wessels, please continue to give the answer as per the question by Councillor Hector.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yes, so the interest on the 111,973,726 rand will be approximately 63 million over the 15-year term, and the vehicles, which is the 4,744,057 rand. Over the 5-year term. So this was then reduced from the initial loan that we in total wanted to take up of 195 million. The interest on that would have been roughly 97 million rand in interest, and the vehicles that is now sitting at 1.4 million came down from which would have been 4.4 million on the total of the 11 million that was originally proposed. I hope that gives a clear indication to the councillors.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Information speaker, point of information speaker.
Councillor Hector, I'm not trying to be difficult, and I'm not going to be unfair. You have spoken. You have had your 1 minute.
Besluite wat ons neem.
Councillor, please, Councillor.
Mutual.
Councillor.
En al onaanvaarbaar. Ons het nou die bedrag genoem, speaker. Geen wonder, ons koop vir ons mense.
Councillor Hector, you obviously do not understand that I have given an instruction for you to please remain quiet. I am going to call you to order on Rule 4 of the Rules of Order. The ruling of the Speaker is final and binding. I'm also going to call you to order on the 27.2.7. No councillor may disregard an instruction or ruling of the Speaker. I have been quite calm about this morning, and I have given you the opportunity to ask your questions. I am therefore going to give you your first warning. Your questions have been answered. 11:06. I gave you your first warning, and you continued to carry on with this line of antagonistic remarks towards me. I'm therefore now 11:14 giving you your second warning. And I'm going to ask you to please refrain from continuously butting in and interrupting while I'm talking.
Mr. Speaker,
Councillor Wessels,
Councillor
Alderman.
Was breaking up on the 4.7 million rand interest. What was that interest again? Please?
I will ask him for the clarity, Councillor Alderman. But after this, I'm going to move on. As I said, we have given the answers and we've given them quite clearly. So, Councillor Wessels, in the light of having clarity, could you just repeat the figures as it wasn't clear to everybody, please?
Okay, Speaker. So initially, we would have gone on 2 separate loans. One was for 184 million, where it would have been roughly 97 million rands of interest over the 15-year term. This has now been reduced to 111 million, which is approximately 63 million rands in interest. So that is the one. On the vehicle side, it would have been 11 million that would have been borrowed for vehicles. This was now reduced to 4.4 million, of which there's approximately 1.4 million interest bearing over the 5 years that we're looking to borrow these funds. I don't think I can really make it more clear.
No, you can move on, Speaker, please. You can move on, please.
Thank you very much, Alderman. I take note of that, and I'm therefore going to move on with the voting as there was an objection. Or have you now taken it back and you said that's fine?
No, let us vote. Let us vote. I don't know what Mr. Wessels is talking about. Let us vote. He's trying to intimidate people here. You mustn't intimidate people.
No, that's fine. Alderman, you don't need to carry on.
We're
going to go to the vote.
Was up.
Councillor Nkumile. Is there a
Yes,
point of
Speaker.
order or a point of clarity, Elder? And
No,
I'm going to ask you.
It is just a point of clarity, Speaker. And Speaker, regarding on what I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to understand, since that you have already gave
It's a point of clarity. I can't deny it.
yes, since that you have already gave Councillor Hector the warning based on what he was asking and pleading for in terms of clarity. And now you've gone to realization that you have to give Councillor Vessels to make a clear clarity on what Councillor Hector have asked. I want you to retract that warning
Councillor,
from
please.
Councillor Hector
Councillor,
and apologize
your
for
point
that.
of clarity, I will not accept your point of clarity because I will not take instructions from you. I made the finding and I'm going to stick with it. I'm therefore going to ask that we move on, and the voting is for the recommendation, against the recommendation.
Sorry Speaker, ek wil net vra dat u mic af moet sit tydens iemand praat, want ons het nog gehoor u word geremote control af van ander kant af. Ons was altyd bewus daar is iets aan die gang. Toe hoor ons nou u mic is aan iemand remote control
Councillor
daar.
Jay, Councillor Jay. Thank you very much for your, I'm going to ask you to please put your mic off. We're going to continue with the voting. We are voting for the recommendation or against the recommendation.
Teresa Alasi, Speaker.
Rosemary, could you please go through the roll call for the voting?
I will do so, Speaker. Councillor Adams.
For the recommendation.
Councillor America.
For.
Councillor Barnard.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Clark.
Sorry, for the recommendation.
Councillor Cronje.
For.
Councillor Dutoy.
For the recommendation.
Councillor E.D. Vigeland. Councillor R.G. Vigeland.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Fry.
For the recommendation.
Alderman Gericke.
For attention, Mr. Speaker, I am against the recommendation, the PBI. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Gorm.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Greer.
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Goldie.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Hani.
Against.
Councillor Hector.
Speaker, my mic is gemute. Maak dit reg wat ek kan vote. Asseblief, ek praat iets al in raad se tyd is device.
I will make so. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hector.
I'm just busy unmuting him. Just give me a second, please.
Sorry.
Hector, miskien moet ek laat Kleinhans vir jou vote. As Kleinhans daar by julle, dit nou weer goed aangesluit.
Ons moet sulke slegte jongens by ons wat werkie soek by die DA nie. Speaker, my vote is 65 miljoen rand. Kan ek nie voor ja sê nie, Speaker. Julle gaan belê.
So noted. Thank you, Councillor Hector. You don't need to give us a speech. Thank you. Can you just have your vote? Thank you. Thank you. That's all. It's noted.
Councillor Hill.
For.
Councillor Jantjies.
Overwhelmingly in favour, thank you.
Councillor Jay.
Against, nee, jy gehoor Rosemary, nee?
Dankie. Councillor Johnson,
For the recommendation.
Alderman Kritzinger, Councillor Kruger,
For the recommendation, thank you.
Councillor Lento,
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Lose,
In favor of recommendation.
Councillor N.M. Low,
Against.
Councillor R.M.I. Low,
Against, ek wil net graag weet hoekom gaan leen ons nie by Sterk Koronia
Councillor, please,
daai
we don't
geld
want
nie.
a,
Baie
a whole
dankie.
speech regarding
Councillor,
it. Thank you.
Councillor Mkele,
Against, Speaker.
Councillor Mbete,
For the recommendation, Rose.
Councillor Etim Daka,
Ingaphesheya, Speaker.
Councillor F. Daka,
That's why we didn't participate in this. We knew. We go on the head. I'm against.
Councillor Ngamele,
Against fruitful and wasteful expenditure.
Councillor Neethling,
In favor.
Councillor Niaus,
In favor, thank you.
Councillor Ndondini,
Against.
Alderman Petrus,
In favor.
Councillor Katana.
Brian, so start bezig.
Sorry, I didn't hear that one now, Councillor Katana.
I'm in
Character
favor.
screen.
Councillor Kampi,
Against.
Councillor Rusa. Councillor Cyphers,
Supporting the mayor's proposal.
Councillor Summers,
In favor.
Councillor Smart,
Against was hy 350 miljoen rand.
Councillor, please.
Councillor Snyman,
Smart,
In
dan make us
favor.
speak.
Councillor, please. Then can you continue?
Councillor Titus,
Against.
Councillor Toto,
Against.
Councillor Van Niekerk,
Favor.
Alderman Van Wyk,
In favor.
Councillor Von Brandes,
For the recommendation.
Councillor Wessels,
In favor.
Councillor Windwaai.
In favor, Rosemary.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Will you tally up the votes for me, please?
Speaker, sorry, Speaker, of my hand is up.
Sorry, sorry, my apologies. I see the two hands are up. Alderman Kritzinger and Alderman Councillor Fichland. Alderman Kritzinger.
Thank you. Speaker, I'm battling to unmute, and I am voting in favor. Please, I've also put that in the chat box. Thank you.
I did take note of that. Thank you. Councillor Fichland. Councillor Fichland, your mic is unmuted. I can't hear you. Councillor, I see that you have voted in the chat box. Your microphone is on, but I cannot hear you. But I will take note. If you can take note of that, please, Rosemary, in the chat box. And Councillor Toto, please put your microphone off. Thank you.
Mojo.
When you're ready, Rosemary, you can go ahead. Councillor Toto, I'm going to ask you, please, could you control your microphone? It is unmuting. Otherwise, I'm going to have to disable it in order to continue without disruptions.
Nah, yeah, it's load up.
Thank you. Rosemary, when you're done. Rosemary, can you hear me? Have you made your tally yet?
Speaker, yes. I'm counting those in favour, 31, and those not in favour, 18.
Thank you. I have the same. We therefore the motion then, or the item then carries with a total of 31 for and 18 against. We're going to move on. The next item on the agenda is the 13.6, the Auditor Committee's quarterly report to Council. The first person to speak on this item is Alderman van Wyk. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be relatively brief. The Audit Committee has submitted a quarterly report, which would be for the third quarter, which would be from January to March 2022. And as you will note in the report, they've extended that to the end of May as well. So for that 5-month period, they have reported, and they are satisfied with the functioning of the municipality up to that stage, and accordingly we take note of the audit report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Du Toit. You have 1 minute.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, die ACDP wil net vir die audit komitee bedank vir die wakende oog wat hulle oor die munisipaliteit en sy werksaamhede hou en vir die uitstaande werk wat hulle lewer. Baie dankie, Speaker.
The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Wessels. You have 1 minute.
I second the recommendation, Speaker. Thanks.
Thank you. We are all in favour. Then we're going to move on to item 13.7, which is the Audit Committee's Special Report to Council on Information and Communication Technology. The first person to speak on this item is, once again, Alderman van Wyk.
Thank you, Speaker. As will be noted in the Audit Committee's quarterly report, I referred to a separate meeting that was held in regard to the information and communication technology. And their advice in that document has been that the municipality pay more attention and urgent attention to the appointment of an IT manager. And within the report, it is this aspect is a matter of concern within the municipality, as the administration have attempted on a number of occasions to recruit a suitable candidate to be able to lead the IT, and especially in relation to our ambitions to become a smart city. And as we have not been able to secure an experienced candidate for the position to date, the recommendation is that we now follow a process to achieve outsourcing of such a position. So that recommendation is then contained on page 1476 and indicates that we note their special report and council therefore approves the implementation of a co-sourced information and communication technology function. And I so propose. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderman. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Love. You have 1 minute, please.
Withdraw, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Du Toit. You have 1 minute.
I'm covered. Thank you, Speaker. You can proceed.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Fichbrand. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the proposal made by Alderman van Wyk.
Thank you very much, councillors. We are therefore unanimously going forward. We're then going to go on to item 13.8, is the establishment of the Garden Route Regional Waste Waste Management Facility. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Suffers. Councillor, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the purpose of this report is to request the council to resolve participate in the establishment of the Garden Route Regional Waste Facility project and to note the concerns regarding the project. A council resolution was taken on the 26th of March 2014 that George Municipality will participate in the regional landfill facility of Garden Road District Municipality. Speaker, with all the process being followed during this process of the landfill site, there was a on the 29th September 2020, the municipal manager of Garden Road District Municipality received a letter from Interwaste, the majority shareholder of the special purpose vehicle of the Eden Waste Management Priority Ltd, informing the Garden Road District Municipality that they have engaged Deloitte. Deloitte could not provide the necessary confirmation or comfort to the Interwaste board in this regard. Due to this outcome, the Interwaste board decided to officially withdraw from the Triple P project. During the Garden Road Council meeting held on 30 September 2020, the following resolutions were made. Council was considering to take legal actions. Various things were actually discussed. Speaker? Hello? Can I continue, Speaker?
Yes, please.
Okay. Speaker, various resolutions were made. The council considered a possible legal action, that the alternative financing options regarding the construction and operation of the regional waste management facility is urgently investigated, that an urgent special district coordinating forum and municipal managers forum be held to discuss the existing matter. I go further to say that during all these processes, that the exercises that we went through establishing this raised a lot of concerns. That The Garden Route municipality advertised the tender for the loan on Sunday, 1st May 2022 to obtain funding for the construction of the facility, which was estimated at a cost of 191 million rand. It had escalated in a later stage to 261 million
Your time,
rand.
please, Councillor.
261 million rand. Speaker, which George municipality has to make a contribution of 42%, Mossel Bay 33%.
Councillor, I need you to finish up, please. Your time is up.
Therefore, Chairperson, the recommendation is on page 1488. That council resolved to commit to participate in the Garden Road regional landfill site. That B, that the council takes note of the concerns raised and makes these conditions part of the
Councillor,
commitment.
I need you to end your.
That the
you either accept-
council delegates the municipal manager to explore alternatives to a regional landfill site such as own license for own landfill site alternative technology. Therefore, I propose, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Point of
Councillor,
order.
Councillor Gericke, do you have a point of clarity?
Ek wil net weet of jy twee stelle reëls het wat jy hier toepas. in hierdie-
Councillor Hector, I have not acknowledged you, please.
Ek raise 'n punt van orde. Waar jy dan nie.
Councillor, you're not raising a point of order, you're making an allegation. I have not recognized you, Councillor Alderman Gericke. Your hand is up. Do you have a point of clarity, please?
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, can we just have, please, a clear understanding of the recommendation there? I'll tell you why. Some of us serve at the Garden Road District Municipal Council, and if we go over to voting, it may constitute conflict because we have approved the item already at the district municipality. So can we have just clear-cut guidance of what we are dealing with here, please? If I'm clear to you, because
Alderman, I'm going to be, I don't understand the question. I just need to understand your question, because in the recommendation, it says that the council resolves to commit to participate in the Garden Route Regional Land Site, that the council takes note of the concerns raised and makes these conditions part of the commitment, and that the council delegates the municipal manager to explore alternatives to a regional landfill site, such as
Speaker, that is exactly the point. You know, if we delegate the municipal manager to explore other avenues over and above the one at the Garden Road District Municipality, then it may be problematic to some of us. If we can just get some guidance in this regard, please. There's no objection if the municipality is going to explore some other avenues. I just want to understand how it's going to implicate us. Is it going to be conflicting or not?
Thank you. I take your point. I'm not quite sure who's going to answer this. I'm going to let the mayor answer that. I think he, Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Certainly, the councillors from George Municipality who have been delegated to serve on the Garden Route Municipality are representing the George Municipality. And we are taking a decision here on behalf of George Municipality. And therefore, if councillors believe that they are then conflicted in a situation because they are due to represent George Municipality, I think they need to take note of that fact.
Thank you, Alderman. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Yeah, Speaker, let me say upfront, I'm going to abstain from voting in this regard because the answer is not clear. So, but you are eligible to proceed. You may proceed. I don't have a clear.
Thank you, Alderman. I'm going to therefore, Councillor Nkamile, your hand is up. Is it a point of clarity?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, it's just a point of clarity based on what have been put on in front of us.
Councillor,
yes, Speaker.
Councillor, you have your minute, which is coming up. So you're welcome to ask your question during your minute. You are on the speakers list, so I'm therefore going to ask that you keep your point of clarity up to where you are on the speakers list.
It's based on what has been said. That 1 minute.
Councillor, no, you have Councillor, you have one opportunity to talk. You are on the speakers list, and you therefore have your opportunity to talk during your 1 minute. I'm therefore not going to recognize your hand, and I'm going to ask that Councillor Hani continues with his 3 minutes, please.
Okay, Speaker.
Molweni, Speaker. Nathi singumbutho wesizwe asikuxhasi ukuqhutywa kwale management. Sicela mayiphinde ibuyele back kwi-council. Ayikho clear kuthi, ayikasicacile. Enkosi.
Ngokuthi ngifundayo le nto yabalazi.
Sorry, Councillor, I didn't quite. Are you finished?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, can we have a translation then, please?
Speaker, Councillor Hane was saying that them as well as the ANC do not support or second this opinion because it's also not clear to them yet. So we should go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Neville Lowe.
Speaker, goed neem kennis van hierdie item en ons ondersteun egter nie die aanbevelings van hierdie item nie. Dankie.
Thank you. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Camille. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. Can we have translation first from the previous speaker?
I'm terribly sorry. Can we please have a translation?
Uthi uCouncillor lo bona njengekuthi bayavumelana nale bayaxhasa.
Sorry. Speaker, sorry. Wat het hy gesê? Vumalanga ons vumani vir die dingie. Ons staan nie so nie.
Sorry, I don't understand. Just repeat yourself, please, Mr. Gelati.
Besithi uCouncillor lo bona bayavumelana bayaxa abayivume abayivume.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jai. I'm going to ask you, please, I understand that you were frustrated there, but I'm going to move on to the next person to speak on this item is Councillor Nkamile, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Just need a clarity from what have been explained here first. Before all this establishment of waste management facility, I just need a clarity regarding the contribution that is going to be made by George Municipality. When you talk about figures and percentages, it becoming confusing for some of us. I just need a clarity on that one. Mr. Sefas said 42% contribution by George Municipality out of 2.261 million. I just need a clarity. What will be that 42% contribution out of that for 261 million?
Give me a second and I'll work it out for you, Councillor. Councillor, it's 110 million. Does that answer your question?
Mr. Speaker, can I heavily object to what's happening here, please?
Councillor?
Earlier on, Councillor Wessels also estimated on his own the interest on that loan. Now you are also estimating here. You must give this to the experts.
Councillor?
No, that's not on. I mean, this is just you're taking chances to do this. You cannot do this. Why don't you refer this to the finance department?
Alderman Gericke, If
It
you
is
give
not
me
your
1
call to
second-
work out things here.
If you can give me 1 second, please.
You are
There is
insulting this
estimate.
councilman.
Alderman Gericke, I'm going to ask you for the first time, please do not interrupt when I'm talking. I am not
Well,
making an
then you
estimate.
must do the things the right way. You must do the things the right way.
Alderman Gericke, the calculation of 42% is basically being able to be done on a it's not an estimate, it is an exact figure.
It is
And
not your call. You must chair the meeting. You must chair the meeting.
Well, Alderman, I'm going to say that I've given the amount. It is a
Speaker,
simple calculation.
Speaker, can I call you? Can I call you into order, Speaker? You are here as a chairperson of the meeting. Relevant people supposed to answer the question that I've asked.
Councillor,
Not you. You are presiding. We treat you as a presiding
as a councillor,
officer.
you could have made this
over
sum
the meeting.
yourself.
So when you are out of order, you must be called into order. You are a presiding officer. You have to share the meeting accordingly, and then you refer the matter to the relevant people.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to please silence yourself. If you have an objection to the fact that I made a calculation, I'm going to ask you to please then take up the relevant actions. As I said, you are welcome to your opinions, and I'm going to ask that we continue with this item. I have made the calculation. It is a simple calculation on a calculator, 42% of the figures, and I thought I was bringing you clarity. I'm therefore going to ask.
Sorry, Speaker.
Speaker, my minute is not yet finished. Is not yet finished.
Councillor,
and then I want a clarity on that 42%. Can you put it on record that how much is the 42% of 261 million or that we are going to contribute?
Councillor, I have answered it it is on the record that I did give you a calculation
Sorry,
based on my calculation.
I think you are supposed, Speaker, to make it clear to us, how did you get to the 120 million that you're talking about? Because some of us never did math at school. So you're supposed to say, I take this man, I divide in times and and multiply, so that it can be clear to everyone. Not everyone here did maths. As you say, it is simple and clear. It's not clear to all of us.
I have not recognized anybody to speak.
Can you be fair to everyone? Just tell us, how did you make your calculations? That's all we want, so that we can also make our own and see that we have the relevant answer as you got. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Alderman van Wyk, who is a chartered accountant, to please give us that figure and how they calculate it, please.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Point
Thank you,
order,
Speaker.
please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. May I proceed?
You may proceed,
Mr. Speaker, I'm raising on the
Thank you
point
very
of
much,
order.
Speaker.
Okay, just 1 second, please. Alderman Gericke, you have a point of order. I cannot. I'm going to ask you, what is your point of order, please? Because I have not heard anybody say anything derogatory.
Let me cut it short without wasting your time. The separation of powers is at play here. The mayor is not appointed as a chartered accountant in this council. He's the mayor. You must allow the finance department to answer these questions. He is the mayor. He's not an accountant in this council. Thank you.
Alderman Gericke, I take note of what you're saying. I am going to reiterate what I said earlier, that this is a meeting of councillors, and I merely made a point of pointing it out because my calculation was questioned, and he has the ability to then show you how.
Do you understand the separation of powers? Do you understand the separation of powers?
I understand it very, very clearly. Thank you,
so
Alderman.
let the officials give us the correct numbers, and then we move on.
I also understand, Councillor, Alderman.
What was your answer, Speaker Kanen?
Councillors, before I continue, I'm going to make it pretty clear that up until now, we have had quite an orderly meeting. The fact that I have the right to try and clarify something is in my point is to make sure that everyone understands the questions, and therefore there is nowhere that it says that I cannot assist to make sure that people understand correctly. I'm going to say it once again. This is a meeting of councillors, And in all the documentation that I have read, it clearly says that the MMC and the mayor have an opportunity to answer questions from the councillors. If you are not in agreement with that, I am going to suggest that you then take up outside this platform, you take up your concerns. I am merely getting these council meetings to run in accordance to the legislation and also the rules of order and also the Systems Act. And the Systems Act clearly says, and the rules of order clearly state, that the mayor has an opportunity to answer the questions. So I'm therefore going to ask the mayor, because of the simple fact that it was asked how I made the calculation, that the mayor please give clarity to that, and then I'm going to move on. I've made the ruling, and as I've said, without being arrogant or anything, with all due respect, I'm trying to get this meeting moving forward in an orderly fashion. So I'm going to ask the mayor to continue and answer the question that was asked regarding how do you work out the 42% and what that figure is, please, Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I'm just going to ask administration to move the page on the screen to 1487, because that is within the item, and the paragraph there relates to the financial implications. And you will see in the first part of that, it indicates that the costs, construction and professional fees is 61 million is the estimated costs, and that is spread over 3 years. Now, 42% of that over the 3-year period is just short of 110 million. And then there's an indication there that the current estimated annual cost recovering tariff, excluding VAT for George Municipality, will be in this financial year that we're entering now, 22-23, it will just be over 5,077,000. And then in 23-24, it will be 21.5, just over that amount. And in 24-25, a further 22.8 million rand. So those are the costs that the municipality will then incur over the next 3 years. And that then doesn't include the chipping of green waste or the crushing of boulders rubble. So those are the additional costs that the municipality will then need to incur, and that there are costs that will then need to be incurred over a 20-year period in terms of this agreement that we have to enter into. So those costs, as we will see in 23-24 and 24-25, will then escalate from that amount as we go forward over the next number of years, and that will then add a considerable amount to our current refuse costs, and therefore be an additional burden to each of our account holders within the municipality. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to consider that question then answered, as it is all in the item. I am therefore going to ask, and please bear with me, I just need to confirm, we've just been through Councillor Nkamile's time.
Kan ek net gou vra, as die meier nou alles hier, as hy die accountant, die advocate, as hy alles, want jy bring mos nou hy delegations ook forward, wat hom alles maak, wat hom gaan besluit oor development en alles.
Gericke,
as dit die geval is, dan moet jy ons uit die meeting uitsit. As dit die geval is, moet jy ons uit die meeting uitsit. Want ons is hier onderhewig aan 'n meier nie, ons is hier in 'n raad.
Alderman Gericke.
Maar jy sit my uit die meeting uit, want jy kom hier met 'n meier elke keer wat alles moet antwoord. Hy is mos hier aangestel as 'n accountant in die raad hier.
Ek stem saam met jou raadslid. Ek stem 100%.
Councillors, if I'm going to take this opportunity to please, because I know we are live streaming, and I understand that the people out there also want to understand. I have going to reiterate that I am running this meeting in accordance to the Systems Act, the rules of order and the necessary code of conduct. If you have a problem with the way that I am managing this, I'm going to ask you to please take it up on the necessary platforms. This is a meeting of council, and I'm therefore going to say that I have made the ruling, and I'm not going to tolerate anybody that is going to continuously come in and make suggestions or things like that. So please, I don't understand why the whole incident is getting out of hand. The fact remains is that the documentation for the record says that the mayor may answer questions. Nowhere. And I'm going to ask you to please, in this platform, send me in writing where it states anywhere that the administration must answer questions in a council meeting. And if you can prove that to me, councillors, I will gladly accommodate this type of discussion in a council meeting. But it is time that we get back to running these council meetings the way that they were supposed to be run. I am not taking any responsibility for what has happened prior to my becoming a speaker. But during my term, I will try and run these meetings as orderly and as controlled as possible so that we get to the business of the day. We are here to serve the people of George, and our aim is to get through this business of the day. We have 2,600 pages to get through today. And all I'm saying is that each speaker has his turn to speak. The mayor has the opportunity by legislative right to answer questions. And if you read your rules of order 25.2, and I'm going to say this over again, the speaker shall permit the mayor, the MMC, or the chairperson of a Section 80 committee to make an explanatory statement prior to the consideration of any particular item contained in the report of the mayor or during the discussion of such report or reply in a specific question. I therefore am going to make the ruling. We are going to continue, and any further breach of this ruling will be deemed as a contradiction of the rules of order, and I will take necessary action to that point. I am therefore also going to ask that if you have a rule of order, that you put it, and this is a ruling from the speaker, that you put it in the chat box for consideration, because I have also got the right to, in accordance to the rules of order, to look at the point of order and consider that rule of order. I'm therefore going to continue with this, and I'm going to call on the Chief Whip of Council to please maintain some sort of order in this council as well with the Chief Whips of the parties. I see, sorry, there's a point of order from Councillor Viljoen, Alderman Gericke 2.7. I'm going to allow that point of order.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to just bring your attention to 27.2.8 of the Rules of Order. I believe that the comments made by Alderman Gericke about Mayor van Wyk are in contradiction of this rule. I found it to be threatening, abusive, and it was also insulting. And I would like him to withdraw what he said. And I now see that there are comments in the chat box, but I have not been able to read them yet. But really, I take objections. So under 27.2.8, I think that Alderman Gericke should be reprimanded if he does not take back what he said and the insulting remarks made about Leon van Wyk, our mayor. Thank you, Speaker.
I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute recess. I want to go through the chat box and gather my thoughts. I'm going to ask that we reconvene at 12:10. I want to take this under review. I'm therefore asking that we restart this meeting at 12:10. I would also recommend that you take a body break because this is a long agenda and we're not going to be having a long break for lunch. This meeting is now adjourned.
Speaker, kan ek net iets vra asseblief?
Thank you, councillors. And I'd like to go back, and I'm going to read the comment in the chat box which has been objected to for clarity purposes. For the record, the item reads, Marlene Viljoen, your mayor is not a god. He cannot run this council alone. Do what you want. You are oppressing opposition and insulting the communities of George. The mayor is not appointed as a chartered accountant in this council. He is a political head and should account politically. You clearly do not understand your democratic laws. This is why you yourself constantly choose the side of the DA. This has been objected to by Councillor Viljoen, who is the chief whip of, who says the object of the comment is, I object to the comment in the chat box made by Alderman Gericke. This is a contradiction of Rule 27.2.4 of the Rules of Order. Alderman Gericke must retract his statement or be charged under the Code of Conduct for councillors. I'm going to ask that Councillor Viljoen please state the Code of Conduct for councillors which she would like this to be taken up with. Before I ask Alderman Gericke to retract his statement.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'm going to read the relevant item into the record for you. 27.2.4 says to encourage, endanger, advocate, or aggravate hatred, discrimination, ridicule, contempt, or preference based on color, descent, race, ethnicity, gender, or religion, which may insult or which may result in harm or humiliation, or which may cause insult, humiliation, or defamation of any racial, ethnic, gender, or religious group through the uttering of words, whether in writing or orally, or the performance of deeds. I end the quote, Speaker, and I firmly believe that the observation made in the chat box by Alderman Gericke about the mayor thinking that he is a god transgresses this rule of order, and I would therefore like it either to be retracted, and if it is not retracted, then I would like you to take the necessary steps to charge or discipline Alderman Gericke in this regard. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Viljoen. I'm going to ask based on what
Waarvoor is die raadslid aangekla nou? Waarom moet hy nou aangereprimand word?
Councillor
Omdat hy gesê dat die meier is 'n basie.
Councillor J.E.
Nee, ek vra.
Councillor J.E. Okay, jy kan vra soveel as wat jy wil, sodra ek jou herken het. And I'm going to ask the interpreter to please interpret that.
Speaker. Die praat is van geskik met vrou mens.
Councillor Gelati.
Mr.
Gelati, Councillor Hector, I have not recognized you at all.
Want my hand is op, jy wil nie meer recognize.
I have not recognized you, and I've given you 2 warnings already, and I'm now going to ask, I'm giving you the 3rd warning for continuously interjecting when I'm talking to you. I'm going to give you the 3rd warning at 12:13, and I'm going to ask for you to be removed. I cannot, and I will not. I will not tolerate your continued.
Jy het net een warning for Councillor Hector gegee.
Councillor Jay, I gave him the first warning at 11:06, 11:14, and it is now 12:13. He continues to interject, and I'm going to charge him with 27.2.10. No councillor may obstruct the business of the meeting. Number 27.2.11, no councillor may challenge the ruling of a speaker on any point of order or ruling. And 27.4, in the event of a persistent disregard for the directions of the rulings of the speaker can remove the councillor. I am therefore asking you at 12:13 for Councillor Hector to be removed from this meeting from further participation. Thank you very much. I'm therefore going to ask that Councillor Alderman Gericke retract his comment, which was made in the Councillor Titus. Will recognize you in a second. Please type it in the chat box. As I've asked the Chief Whip to do it, I'm going to ask you to do the same. So I'm going to ask Alderman Gericke to retract his statement.
Speaker, ongelukkig kan ek nie. Ek wil net weer iets sê asseblief.
Councillor Titus, I will recognize you when I am finished with Alderman Gericke, please. Alderman Gericke.
Mr. Speaker, before I respond comprehensively to your request, what is untoward about this remark? Can somebody inform me, please?
As I am not the person that laid the Chief Whip brought it to the attention and has objected to the item.
Yes, I understand. I do understand.
Your reference to the way that you have spoken about the mayor
Which way?
is
Which way?
referring to him as not saying that he is a god.
So what is wrong? What is wrong when I say somebody is not a god? What is wrong with that?
Councillor, I did not make the statement. I'm going to
So
ask,
let the person make.
I'm
let
going
the
to
person
ask her
make
to
the start.
councillor, please.
Yeah.
Alderman.
No, you
I'm
cannot say please. Bringing charges against me, and you want me to keep silent. No,
I'm
let
busy
your
trying
let
to
people come.
explain.
So let them come and let them explain.
Alderman, your attitude is really, you complain about mine. I'm going to ask the Chief Whip to
It's
answer
because
that,
you
but
try
I'm going to charge you right now.
Try to oppress us in a military way. You are not in a military army to oppress us, to charge
Alderman,
us all
I'm
the time.
charging you first. I'm bringing you to order once again.
Yes. So
I'm
do
going
that.
to
So
thank you very much.
let your chief whip explain what is
Alderman,
untoward.
I've given you the first warning, and I'm going to give you the second warning if you continue.
You
I will
can
talk.
give me as many as possible warnings. Let your chief whip explain what is untoward toward what I said.
I've asked you to be quiet, Alderman Gericke, and you are continuing. I'm therefore going to say the same thing as what I was going to say to the previous councillor. The councillor may not challenge the ruling of the speaker at any point of order. And also in the event of the persistent disregard for the directions of the ruling of the speaker can remove the councillor. I'm therefore going to remove you on item 27 because you are not listening.
That's what julle is. Julle is apartheid raciste. Julle wil ons met soos 'n army hanteer.
That remark after this meeting, I'm asking
You
you to
can
be
pick up
removed.
that
Thank you.
remark. I will take you to court. I'm telling you. I'm putting up a fight so that I can take you to court.
Thank
This is
you.
exactly
I
what I'm
understand
saying.
that and take a note of. Please remove the
You're
alderman.
coming to intimidate us here with your chief whip.
Speaker, my hand is op, anders moet jy my ook maar remove uit hierdie meeting uit. Asseblief, my hand is nou al baie lank al op.
Councillors, I am going to reiterate a ruling which I have made, and I've asked for you to put all your stuff in the chat box.
Dis hoekom ons sê bring ons council chambers toe. Dis hoekom jy ons sê council chambers toe wil kom speaker. Oh my God.
Councillor J.E.
My hand is lank op. Hoekom luister jy nie wat ek wil sê nie? Ek was heeltyd rustig luister wat ek wil sê. Kyk na die hand wat daar op is.
Councillor, are you telling me you cannot type in the chat box?
That's correct.
I don't want to type in the chat box. Ek kan sê 'n chat box mense. Ek is in 'n meeting, it's a council meeting. I have the right to speak.
Councillor?
Yeah.
Your
Waar die
influence.
rules of order sê hulle ek moet in die chat box stuk. Waar sê dit in die rules of order so?
It's a ruling that I have made, Councillor, and I'm going to. It seems as though you continuously want to disrupt this meeting for whatever reason, and I'm not quite sure what it is.
I'm asking you.
I have made a ruling, Councillor, and for some reason you seem to think that you're above the rulings. And if you object to the way that I'm running this, I've said to you, you are welcome to take it up any way you wish. I am running these meetings in accordance to the Systems Act, in accordance to the Rules of Order and the Code of Conduct. And you are welcome to take it up with that. I'm going to now continue with this meeting. We have disrupted the order of the business to the point where we're not even on the point anymore. We are on 13.8, establishment of the Garden Route Regional Waste Management Facility. All the questions have been answered. And if there are any further questions which are not in the agenda.
Ja, speaker, ek wil net weet wanneer gaan jy my antwoord asseblief?
I'm busy answering you as I speak. I'm making a ruling. I have said we are going to continue with this meeting. I will not take any further hands regarding the item because all of the questions are based on people who have asked questions that have been answered, and I am not, which is in my right. You are welcome to take this up after the meeting. We are getting back to the business of the day. And I'm therefore going to ask that Councillor Du Toit does the 1 minute, which he is entitled to. I am not going to entertain any more. That is my ruling. On this matter, I have answered all the questions, so I am not answering any further questions. And if you have a point of order against me as the speaker, you are welcome to take up the necessary procedures for that. Councillor Du Toit, you have 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, before I've got a point of order on the rules of order 27.2.7. to disregard any instruction or ruling of the Speaker. Speaker, I feel that people are disregarding this point and that you must rule against them. But Speaker, on the item, you may proceed. Thank you.
Sorry, Speaker, my 1 minute was not finished. And then that's when the debate started.
In actual fact, your 1 minute was up. I have
no, it wasn't up, Speaker. I've checked. I'm well left with 35 seconds.
Councillor.
Yes, Speaker, you can check your time.
I have checked my time, and I'm sitting with a timekeeper, and I am therefore saying that we are moving on. Your questions were answered. And we've actually spent almost half an hour answering your questions. So I am going to make the ruling. We are continuing. And the next person to speak on this item is Councillor.
But Speaker,
Councillor, I've made
only
a
asked
ruling.
the question, and then I was waiting for the answer, and then my time was not finished yet.
Councillor, your questions have been answered regarding this. I've made the ruling. We have spent half an hour on your 1 minute. I'm therefore
Speaker,
asking.
it was not while I was talking. The argument came after the mayor have answered, and then my 1 minute was not yet done or finished.
Councillor, in order to try to get some sort of order back in this meeting, I'm going to give you 15 seconds to wrap up your conversation, please.
Yes, Speaker, as I was saying on 13.8, we cannot support such proposal, as the municipality have already mentioned that he is seeking for funds, and then is planning to make a loan. So I don't understand how possible is that we as George municipality can contribute such an amount of Ilanduza of money while we are still struggling to get funds as the municipality. Then it comes to realization that this municipality does not want to bring a development in a proper manner. It seems as if now the way you are doing things regarding
Councillor, your time is now definitely up.
Regarding the establishment of waste management facility, it's going to be a waste
Councillor,
of.
Thank you very much. You've made your point that you do not agree with the establishment of the waste development management. I'm going to ask you to therefore stand down. Your time is up. Councillor Smart, I have noticed that you've written that you're being logged in and out. You have a problem. Can I ask you, if possible, to send me a WhatsApp? I'd like to get through this as quickly as possible. I'm just scared that we are going to run out of time today because of the load shedding, and it's not that I'm rushing anything, but we have basically dealt with all the questions and the figures as requested there, unless there is something else that you have to bring to my attention very urgently in connection with your connectivity or something like that. But I have asked everybody to put it in the chat box, and I can be no different. So if you have a problem with the chat box, please let me know via WhatsApp. Councillor Du Toit, please could you continue with your 1 minute?
Speaker, I'm finished with 1 minute. I see you can proceed.
Sorry, my apologies. Alderman, and I need to apologize. I did not recognize you as Alderman before. I believe you have been given your confirmation as Alderman for Nikkerk. I'm going to ask you for your 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, a landfill site, unfortunately, is a must for George, for each and every city, every town. You're compelled by law. We are today sitting with the sins of our fathers in the previous regimes who couldn't come up with a decisive decision with regards to solving the landfill site problem. Hence, the cost over the years has triplicated now, and it's an enormous amount. And unfortunately, in this all councillors must realize it's not going to decrease that costs. It's going to increase. The longer we delay this inevitable expenditure, the more the money that we will at the end of the day have to put in. Unfortunately, it is so, and it is common cause that Bito municipality has also tried alternative manners. They even apply for a landfill site license, which was turned down. I've been in a meeting a couple of weeks ago where it was confirmed again that no landfill site license will be issued for this whole region. So we are in a predicament. I support the recommendation. We can look at other alternatives. We must just bear in mind it's going to increase. And furthermore is Petro SA's landfill site will close down somewhere next year, and then we're stuck. Oudtshoorn will be able to assist us in the short term, maybe with a month or 2 or 3, then we're stuck again. To prepare a landfill site is not a thing that you can do over a weekend. It's much, much more than that. And the sooner we realize that we've got a real challenge here, the better. Thank you.
Is going to be moved from our town to that landfill site is where?
Councillor Toto.
Tata.
I am going to re-emphasize the fact that you need to control your microphone. It continuously gets unmuted and you disrupt the speakers on the floor. Otherwise, I'm going to have to mute you and disable your mic until you need to talk. And I don't want to particularly do that right now. Having said that, I'm going to ask Councillor Brown to continue with her 1 minute. Her 1 minute starts once she has unmuted.
My hand is up.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to support the recommendation by my colleague, Councillor Cyphers. Thank you.
Councillor Nkumile, I presume you have a point of clarity that you have not put in the chat box. Have I missed an interpretation by any chance, if I may ask?
No, Speaker, you were fast to give Councillor Erica. I just wanted to pose a question if Alderman Van Geert is willing to take the question.
Councillor, unfortunately, you are welcome to speak to Alderman van Niekerk after the meeting. Unfortunately, councillors, I need to reiterate the fact that if we do not get through this council meeting, because there are a number of items that need to be sorted out before the end of the month, and also as quickly as possible, we will not be able to take recess, as this agenda will then have to come back to us again for the repeating one. So you may think I'm being pedantic. You may, for whatever reason, think I have an agenda. I do not have an agenda. The reason why I'm trying to get through this business today is that every single item on this has serious repercussions for us if we do not get through this agenda.
Speaker.
So, Councillor Smart.
No, I just want to check because before I revert to IT, so you can hear me now. No, it's fine. I had a point of clarity, but I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smart. Your microphone does work. You may put down your hand, please. Councillors, we have had an objection to this by 2 parties. So I'm therefore going to ask that we do a vote for the recommendation or against the recommendation. I'm going to ask Rosemary to go through the roll call and ask for the votes, please. You are voting for
Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Smart.
Speaker.
Hello, Mr. Speaker.
On a point of order.
Councillor Smart. Sorry, we're going into a voting process at the moment.
But point of order, Speaker. In terms of the rules, I was just checking. Who is because the person who made the counter proposal must be in the meeting. That is according.
There is no counter proposal, Councillor Smart. There was an objection to the recommendation. So it's not. I don't accept the point of order. There were 3 objections to the recommendation, which I therefore have to go over to the vote because it is to get the figures. I'm therefore going to ask Rosemary to continue with. You are voting again for clarity purposes for the recommendations A, B, and C, or against the recommendation. That is all we're voting for now. Thank you.
Councillor Adams.
For the recommendation.
Councillor America.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Barnard.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Brown.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Clark.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Cronje.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Du Toit.
For the recommendation.
Councillor E.D. Vigeland.
In favor.
Councillor R.G. Vigeland.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Fry.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Gom. Councillor Greef.
Against.
Councillor Gultik.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Hani. Councillor Hill.
For.
Councillor Jantjies. Councillor Jay. Councillor Johnson.
For the recommendation.
Alderman Kritzinger.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Kruger.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Lento. Councillor Losey.
All the recommendation I support.
Councillor N.M. Low. Councillor R.M.I. Low. Councillor Manqele.
Manqele thetha. Yiza kuyavakala. Speaker, sorry man. I've got 3 councillors here that their laptops are off. It's Councillor Lento, it's Councillor Gom, it's Councillor Manqele. They are going to speak through my laptop. Can you allow that, please?
Yes, and under the circumstances today, I will allow that.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. This is Councillor Gom speaking now.
Councillor Gom, it's against.
Councillor Manqele.
Councillor Manqele, ngaphesheya.
And who else is the other councillor for Councillor Ndaka? Councillor Ndaka, you said there were 3 councillors that were going to talk on your device.
There were 3. It was Councillor Gom, Manqele, and Lento, and Dondini as well. When his turn
Okay, we
comes,
haven't.
he will speak from here.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I understand that like that. Then, thank you. Can you continue, please?
Sorry, Speaker. Gute toegestemd.
Councillor, your names were called out. I don't know why you didn't vote. Your names were called out. I'm going to ask you to put your the councillors whose names are before M to put it in the chat box, because as I said, we have had the opportunity and your names were called out. So please put it in your chat box, Councillor Ndaka. We'll wait for the rest of the names to be called out. Rosemary, please continue.
I did not hear Councillor Lento.
Lento, where is he?
Ndithe against Speaker, I'm Themkosi.
Councillor Mbete.
For the recommendation, Maros.
Councillor Mdaka, ET, sorry.
Ndingaphesheya kwenciba mama.
Councillor F. Mdaka. Councillor Nakamele.
Against.
Councillor Neetling.
For.
Councillor Niels.
Sorry for the clarity purpose. Is it Manele or Namile?
Namile.
I'm for, thank you. Namile is against.
Councillor Niels.
But it says for.
Councillor Tondini. Alderman Petrus.
In favor.
Definitely ndivakele kaloku noba ndimeso. Okay.
Councillors, I'm going to ask you please to watch your microphones. Otherwise, I'm going to have to take other steps again. Councillor Sipelo, your microphone keeps going on for some reason. I'm not sure. I apologize for that, Rosemary. I'm not sure how you
Sorry, Speaker. Sorry, Speaker. Before you give to Rose, Manxele's laptop, it keeps on off and on, off and on. That's why his microphone is just on. That's the problem with his mic, with his. He's been kicked out and getting in, and he doesn't see that because now he is not even sitting in front of his laptop.
Okay, thank you. Then maybe he should switch his computer off completely and work through yours then. I've taken note of that, Councillor. Rosemary, please continue.
Councillor Katana.
In favor.
Councillor Kampi.
Abstaining.
Councillor Roose.
In favor.
Councillor Cyphers.
In favor.
Councillor Summers.
In favor.
Councillor Smart. Councillor Snyman.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Titus. Councillor Toto.
Against.
Councillor Van Niekerk.
In favor.
Alderman Van Wyk.
In favor.
Councillor Von Brandes.
In favor.
Councillor Wessels.
In favor.
Councillor Van Rijn.
In favor, Rosemary.
Thank you.
Chief Whip, I've received a WhatsApp for you. Do you need something to tell somebody?
Chairperson, I just want to check with administration. Did they call on Alderman Petrus to vote or not? I never heard him being called.
Yes, Speaker, he did vote.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillors, we've just received very concerning news that Eskom has now moved over to stage 6 load shedding, which means that at 4 o'clock, at this stage of the game, George will be off until at least 8 o'clock, possibly 8:30. So in order to get through the compliance issues and the most important items while we're waiting for the tally to be made, I'm going to ask your indulgence that the fact that I'm going to have to jump around slightly on the agendas, bearing in mind that the next item 13.9 is a no debate, and I'm therefore going to go away from 13 and go back to item 7 from there, and then we'll go on to the confidential items. In order to get those items, we're going to go through 7.2.1 down to 7.6, and then also 7.2.8 and 7.2.12. But I'll take you through that. But these are the most important items that need to be done before we continue, and that before we have the lights go out on us. Bearing in mind that we have asked for a recess, and obviously if we get through all these items, we can deal with the other items at the next council meeting after the recess. Otherwise, we are going to have to stay and have a special council meeting to go through those items. Thank you very much.
Ons aanvaar het so speaker, daar is van die items wat ons juist withdraw. Ons is nou gemute, julle, hier is nou dinge nie reg.
Grasse Jay, jy is nie gemute nie. Ek luister vir jou elke woord, hoor.
Speaker, kan jy
Councillor Ndaka, we are waiting for the results of the voting.
Thank you.
Speaker, may I proceed?
Yes, you may proceed.
Those in favour, I've counted 31. Those not in favour, I've counted 13. And I have 3 abstentions.
Thank you very much. Okay, councillors, as I've said during the wait for the tally to be done, 13.9 is a no debate. I'm therefore going to jump back, and as I said in the break, or as I said while we were waiting, we've done 7.1 and 7.2. We are now going to move on to 7.2.1. Which is the draft bylaw unlawful land occupation. We're going to start off with Councillor Petrus. Councillor Petrus, you have 3 minutes.
Baie dankie, Speaker, en die collega's. Speaker, ja, dat gaat die item gaan oor die concept bylaw oor onwettige besetting van grond. Indien ons nie indien die raad nie onwettige besettings gaan beheer nie, Speaker, dan gaan ons nie ons ontwikkelingsdoelwitte of ons behuisingsdoelwitte bereik nie. En derhalwe moet ons ten minste 'n bylaw het wat binne die grondwet en binne die riglyne van die wet wat ons as die raad en die munisipaliteit kan help om onwettige besettings teen te werk en te beheer. Ons neem kennis daarvan dat alles binne alle wetgewing en die grondwet geskied. So ek vra dat hierdie voorstel of hierdie aanbeveling so geaanvaar word.
Thank you very much. Can we have a translation, please?
Uthi Councillor Petrus yokubana iyafuneka i-bylaw malungelana ne-unlawful land acquisition kwenzela izinto zizokwazi ukwenzeka ngomthetho kuzokwazi ubakho umthetho olandelwayo kungenziwa izinto nje nanjani.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Mdaka. If you have 2 minutes, your time starts once you have unmuted.
Thank you, Speaker. We really agree that we have to have a bylaw. But bringing the recommendation that the councillor must agree on having and approve this bylaw without public participation, it's a concern. Because this bylaw was never in front of all this council. So to have it approved for us, it's a concern, Speaker. The bylaw is very important to have, but to have it approved just like that, because it has to be approved, it's a concern. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. From a legislative point of view, if I may point out that this is the draft bylaw. So therefore, if you look at recommendation B, I just want to bring it to your clarity. From a legislative point of view, as a part of my legislative duties, I have actually taken note of that. And I'd like to bring to your attention that this is a draft bylaw, which will now, once approved, be sent for public participation and then finally brought back to council. So I am giving you that information in my legislative capacity as the speaker to make sure that any resolution that we take is lawful and binding. Thank you. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Titus. Councillor Titus from Good, you have 1 minute and your time starts now. Councillor J.E., I'm not sure whether your councillor is in the meeting. I have now called it twice. I'm going to move on to Councillor Nkamile. In fairness, Councillor Nkamile, your time starts now. You have two. Okay, thank you.
Speaker, ons stem saam. Ons gaan maar kyk later as dit gefinaliseer is. Dat ons weet dit is 'n draft.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Understood. I'm going to ask Councillor Nkamile then to continue with his 2 minutes. Thank you, Councillor Titus.
Can we have a translation, Speaker, before I proceed?
Okay, I'm terribly sorry. Mr. Gelati, please translate.
Uthi Councillor Titus bona bayayixhasa but bazobona xa seyibuyile.
Do you see what the man said?
Councillors, the translation has been made. Councillor Nkamile, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. We as EFF, we are totally against these bylaws because these bylaws are directed to our people, the poor of the poorest. And you must remember as EFF, our first cardinal pillars, non-negotiable cardinal pillar, state clearly that expropriation of South Africa's land without compensation for equal redistribution in use. Now in our town, George, we have a certain number of people. Actually, the minority number of people here in our country are having a huge portion of land, and as that results to our people to not have enough land or enough spaces of movement or privacy in our areas. Hence, we are totally against this bylaw. Otherwise, this municipality will be speaking better language if it was saying that in terms of the Land Audit Act, all the George land that is available for this municipality, because we have a huge portion of lands that are not in use, are not playing any impact in our economy as George municipality. Hence, we say that the attainment of economic freedom entails that multinational and private ownership of commanding heights of economy will be discontinued if we take the land from those who are not using it, and then they claim that they are owning the land. And all economic wealth will be directed to the ownership and benefit of all people. This will happen through various and combined forms of common collective ownership, ranging from state ownership and control of the land, not other way around. So we are totally against this one because it's directed to our people, our poor communities. This municipality knows that knows exactly that.
Thank you.
Especially the DA municipality, municipalities, their friends and families are owning huge amount of land.
Councillor, you've made your point. Your time is up. Thank you very much. You've made your point. I'm going to ask then Councillor Suffers to do his minute, and then we'll go over to the vote. Councillor Suffers.
I won't waste much time. I second the proposal, Speaker.
Thank you very much. As we are not in concurrence 100%, we need to vote once again. I'm therefore going to ask Councillor Rosemary to please do a vote count. We are voting for the recommendation or against the Councillor Jay.
Sorry, waar is die vote right now?
The vote is for the fact that we have had an objection to the recommendation. There has been 3 parties that have rejected it, and we therefore are not unanimous in our decision to take it forward. We therefore have to vote for it. You are either voting for the resolved recommendation or not.
Because nou onnodig met die voter right now.
Councillor Adams.
For the recommendation.
No, Speaker, my hand is up.
Councillor Ndaka, we are in the voting process unless you would like to withdraw your objection. Councillor Ndaka.
I didn't object, Speaker.
Okay, I was under the impression your party did object. We have an objection from the EFF.
Speaker, I was speaking. I've said I've got a concern. Then you didn't. Then my English was poor again. Then my English was wrong. I should have spoken in court.
Okay, not to worry. I've had an objection from the EFF to this. So I still need to do the vote. We're going to go into the voting process unless the EFF withdraws their objection. But so far I have an objection from the EFF and it's not unanimous. So I'm going to have to go to the vote.
No, Speaker, we cannot withdraw because these bylaws are directed to the poor of the poorest.
Not a problem. No, I'm just asking. We're therefore going to vote. Thank you very much. Rosemary, please continue.
Councillor Adams.
For the recommendation.
Councillor America.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Barnard. Councillor Brown.
Did you hear me? For the recommendation?
That's right. Thank you. Councillor Brown.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Clark.
In favor of the Sorry, Rosemary, in favor of the recommendation.
Councillor Cronje.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Du Toit.
In favor.
Councillor E.D. Vigland.
In favor.
Councillor R.G. Vigland.
In favor.
Councillor Fry.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Gom.
In favor, Speaker.
Councillor Greef. Councillor Goldtech.
In favor.
Councillor Hani. Councillor Hill.
In favor.
Councillor Yankees.
In favor, Madam. In favor.
Councillor J.
Speaker, I'm not sure hoekom in ons vote so ek abstain. Ek verstaan nie lekker hierdie wat gaan die aan nie.
Councillor Johnson.
Noted, Councillor.
For the recommendation.
Alderman Kritzinger.
In favor.
Councillor Kruger.
For the recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Lento. Councillor Losey.
For the recommendation. Thank you.
What's that?
Councillor Lento abstained as far as according to what I heard, Rosemary.
Councillor Lowe. NM, sorry.
Against.
Councillor RMI Lowe.
Against.
Councillor Mangele.
In favor. In favor.
Councillor Mbete.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Ndaka. ET.
So class favor.
Councillor F. Ndaka.
I will vote in favor, even if it's an objection, because we're supposed to vote when there's a proposal. In
Councillor
favor.
Mele.
Against, I'm going to vote for it if there was a total equal share of land redistribution.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Just yes or no, thank you. For or against?
Councillor Neethling.
For.
Councillor Niaus.
For.
Councillor Ndondini.
Ndihamba nayo.
Alderman Petrus.
In favor.
Councillor Katana.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Gampi.
Sorry, Councillor Kampi said I must forward her vote is struggling with network.
Unfortunately, we cannot allow that, Councillor.
Councillor Roelofse.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Cyphers.
For the recommendation, Rosemary.
Councillor Summers.
In favor.
Councillor Smart. Councillor Snyman.
For the recommendation.
Councillor Titus.
Against.
Councillor Toto.
I
am for the recommendation.
Councillor Van Niekerk.
I support.
Alderman Van Wyk.
In support, in favor. Thank you.
Councillor Von Brandes.
In favor, thank you.
Councillor Wessels.
In favor, thanks. In favor, thanks. In
Councillor Van Spy.
In favor, Rosemary.
Thank you.
Buko. Buko.
Councillors, somebody's microphone is on, please.
Buko.
Rosemary, you can continue when you've got the result.
Speaker, those in favor, I've counted 37. Those not in favor.
Sorry, I can't hear you. You are breaking up. Could you repeat that, please?
I said those in favor, I've counted 37. Those not in favor, I've counted 4. And I've got 6 abstentions.
Okay, thank you very much. So to confirm, we have 37 for, 4 against, and the rest are abstentions. Am I correct? 6 abstentions.
That's right.
This item therefore carries. We're going to move on.
Speaker, did the ANC vote with the DA, ne?
That is how we got it, Councillor Jay. Thank you very much. I'm going to move on. The voting is finished. The item is closed. The next
Sorry,
item.
Speaker, Can you come again in terms of the numbers?
Oploscope, yes.
Councillors, please.
Oploscope, yes. Oh, alsjeblieft, Teresa.
Councillors, I'm going to ask for order. The fact remains that the numbers have been given, and I'm going to repeat them the last time for the record. It is 37 for, 4 against, and 6 abstentions. No further debate on this item. We are moving on to item 7.2.2, which is the portion of ERF 325 Puckelsdorp East, George, that is required for the construction of a reservoir, water tower and pump station in order to augment and ensure security of potable water supply and distribution capacity in the Puckelsdorp area. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor van Brandes. You have 2 minutes. Sorry. I apologize for that.
Thank
Slip
you.
of the finger. My apologies.
Thank you, Speaker. This item is to get recommendation for subdividing and rezoning of ERF 325. It is a municipal ERF. The cost for this forms part of the BFI grant and will be covered by the grant. The location is next to the pump station, close to Mission Street and River Street. I therefore recommend the recommendation on page 81, recommendation A to C. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak is Councillor Smart.
Thank you, Speaker. No, we as the PA are in full support of this item. And we support Chairperson Jackie van Brandes there. Thank you very much.
Are you there for seconding it? Thank you.
Yes, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We'll move on. We don't need the last speaker. The item has been seconded. The item 7.2.3 is a no debate. So I'm therefore going to ask that we move on. Just 1 second. I'm going to ask that we do 7.2.13, which is the Timberletu water acquisition of portion ERF 7523 Toyolora George, that is required for the construction of a reservoir, tower, and pump station in order to augment, ensure security and potable water supply for the distribution capacity in Timberletu. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Johnson. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this item is to seek council approval for the acquisition of a portion of ERF 7523 Toyolora Timberletu, which is plus minus 9,989 square meters in extent. It is required for the construction of a reservoir, tower, and pump station in order to augment and ensure security of potable water supply and distribution capacity in Timberletu. Mr. Speaker, I therefore propose that the council accept this item as recommended on page 158, number A to H of today's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Gom. You have 2 minutes. Councillor Gom, is he still in this meeting, or has he been kicked out by the system? Please, can somebody help me? There's nobody out there. Quiet.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you, Councillor.
He's been kicked in again.
He's been kicked in again. The power is
Yes.
back.
Can I never watch it?
Thank you very much. Can you please continue? Your time starts and you have 2 minutes. Councillor Gom, I'm waiting. Your 2 minutes has started.
Yes, Speaker. I'm using Councillor's Toto device.
Thina singu-ANC siyayisapota le recommendation kuba ke singumbutho okhathalayo ngabantu. Xa kusithiwa i-water reservoir iza ithemba lethu, noko asinikoyikhaba loo nto. Mayize i-water reservoir leyo, asinangxaki nayo. But as long kuzawubhenefita abantu basethemba lethu kule water reservoir, even if ne-project leyo iyeza, funeka iqashe abantu basethemba lethu. I think funeka ibe majority leyo. So ngaloo magama kaSpeaker ndithi mna mayize, asinangxaki kakhulu nayo thina. Enkosi.
Translate, please.
Councillors, Councillor Kom was saying them as the ANC support the proposal as they are people who care about the people and the community. And then also they support it because it's coming to Thembalethu, which means that the people of Thembalethu are going to benefit. And they also feel like when the project does come in, that people from Thembalethu should be hired to handle the project. Thank you.
Okay, I therefore just to confirm that you are seconding the motion or the recommendation, if I can put it that way, so that I don't need to go to the next speaker. We are unanimous in our decision then. Councillors, I'm going to take you back one step. And I said to you before, please bear with me as we're trying to do the most important items for council, which are possibly going to have knock-on effects if we don't get through them by the end of today. So the next item I'm going to do is 7.2.12, 7.2.12, which is the proposed amendment of the land use planning bylaw for George Municipality 2015 amended. And the first person to speak on that item is Councillor Hill. You have 3 minutes. Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I trust that I'm audible. I just want to be short and sweet and just allude to the fact that the land use planning bylaw deals primarily with spatial planning and development management and procedural matters, and that obviously includes the criteria for decision making and the municipal tribunal structure. And other matters in the 2015 land bylaw addresses the provision of engineering services. I just want to also indicate, that Section 12 of the Municipal System Act, that's the 32 of 2000, determines that the bylaw must provisionally be adopted by council before the public participation process can be followed. And the proposed amendments to the 2015 document, which is in play at the moment, includes annexures and also the Section 80 committee meetings, the discussions. And the amendments to this document before council today is to improve and to align with the best practices proposed by the Western Cape Provincial Government. And the amendments will therefore improve and enhance the current bylaw as before us. And Speaker, I want to propose accordingly as per the recommendation in the agenda. I'm not quite sure what, I think that is on page 153. I recommend accordingly. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is the Good Party, Councillor J.E. You have 1 minute.
Pass, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item, therefore, is Councillor Fry. You have 1 minute. Councillor Fry, do you have 1 minute? Is he still in the meeting? Chief Whip, can you maybe assist here, please?
Speaker, I recommend that we accept the proposal made by colleague Henry Hill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We are going to therefore take this item as being unanimous. If you can just give me 2 seconds to get my bearings on this documentation. The next item is 7.2.8. If we could move that to 7.2.8, which is the gap analysis report for review of the George Integrated Zoning Scheme bylaw. I'm going to ask Councillor Hill to bring it in again, please.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Just for the council's sake is that I just want to indicate that the George municipality has already implemented the George Integrated Zoning Scheme bylaw, which is quite a mouthful, on the 1st of September 2016. And the National Spatial Planning Land Use Management Act, referred to as SPLUMA, also requires that this particular zoning scheme, or in fact all the zoning scheme, must be reviewed every 5 years. However, Section 22 of the Western Cape Land Use Planning Act requires this to be done every 10 years, but obviously the national legislation supersedes the Western Cape's legislation. Hence, the process of reviewing this present zoning scheme, which is in force at the moment, must commence by 31st of August 2022, and it's obviously mandatory in terms of legislation to commence with the review process. A lot of work has been done by the Directorate, and I want to thank the administration for that. Been done internally. The gap analysis, amongst others, also addresses the shortcomings and statutory issues in the present zoning scheme, and it identifies all the issues that has been raised internally. And this includes proposals to introduce a mechanism to address the charging of development contributions, which has been discussed at previous meetings, for land development rights and new primary rights, which the owners has not yet been implemented. So once all the inputs have been addressed and final amendments applied for, the final draft amendment bylaw will be workshopped by council. And once this has been, once the approval has been given, the Directorate will then prepare a draft amended George Integrated Zoning Scheme bylaw and submit that to council for a mandate to proceed with the public participation process. And Speaker, having said that very short introduction on a very long item, I want to propose accordingly, as on page 133 of today's agenda, that we grant council now grant permission for the Directorate to commence with the process of reviewing this very important document, which must be finalized by next year, this time 2023. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. If I have my bearings straight, the next person to speak on this item is Councillor Toto. Councillor, your time starts now.
Speaker, thank you. Our Speaker is the ANC, that's as a member of the committee as well, that is chaired by Councillor Henry Hill. We just say that we note this and we welcome even his elaboration that as this is just a draft and it's going to go through this process and then afterwards going to come back to council, where we as the entire council will be able to do. Can you hear me speak?
Loud and clear, Councillor.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear, Councillor.
Yeah. Somlomo, am I audible?
Kalumo, you can talk. I can hear you.
Go. Now, all that we are saying, Speaker, we know this, and then we welcome, we'll wait the opportunity to be able to give our inputs. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Titus. You have 1 minute.
Ja, in terme van die zoning moet geworkshop word sodat ons nuwe raadslede meer insig kan kry. Terugvoering oor publieke deelname proses moet voorgelê word aan die raad. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Translation, please.
Councillors uthi uCouncillor uTitus into yokubana malungelana nezoning ubecelela into yokubana kwenziwe i-workshop kwenzela into yokubana ii-councillors ezifikayo nazo zizokwazi uba ne-understanding malungelana nezoning.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Fry. You have 1 minute. Sorry, Councillor Fry, are you available or can somebody else help there, please?
Akwathi belala abantu abegcwele wona.
Sorry, I don't understand who was that. I think it was Councillor Eric Ndaka, but Councillor Fry is having problems logging in and out, being logged in and out of the meeting. He's in. Chief Whip, can you please?
Speaker, I second, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Appreciate it. Therefore, this item is then passed unanimously. Councillors, I'm going to now ask, and as I said, I'm going through the order of importance for the day. The next item is item 7.2.6, which is the electrification of the informal areas. And the first person to speak on this item is Councillor Mbete. Councillor, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Thank you very much. Speaker, the Electrotechnical Service Directorate has embarked on the electrification of informal areas based on the age of the informal settlement, as well as the informal settlements meeting the criteria to be electrified. Speaker, I propose that Council approve the recommendation A to G as per the recommendation on page 119 to 123, which should be read as follows. A, that the areas identified in this item be prioritized or sequenced for electrification. This will enable the Electrotechnical Services Department to proceed to attend to the technical requirements and administration needed for this implementation based on an approved program. It may be required to get the buy-in from the community in order to eliminate delays when construction needed to commence. B, that the areas for electrification be identified for the next 3 financial years according to priority and available budget, subject to no electrification be done on. Under B, we have number 1, provincial/national government property without prior approval. 2, private property without prior approval. 3, under 66 kV electricity lines, which is a danger to the community. 11 kV lines could be relocated if required. 4, areas in the Eskom area of supply, which will have to be done by Eskom. It is recommended that the electrification should commence with Telkom, Skjebi, and then a small portion of Damene subject to the availability of funds. Should we consider the age of the settlements based on the available information? C, that a comprehensive master plan be established for the electrification that can be implemented beyond the next 3 financial years. This should include 1, site survey to identify existing infrastructure and shortfall. 2, community interaction. 3, infrastructure planning and analysis for all identified areas. 4, cost estimates and design documentation. 5, detailed layout plans for procurement purposes. D, that until such a master plan be established and approved, the electrification, as highlighted in recommendation 2, continue with the addressing of the oldest areas first. E, that metering be installed and reconciliation be done on the purchases per area on a yearly basis in order to determine the efficiency, feasibility, and sustainability of such electrification projects. F, that the municipality do a pilot project for the solar tower type of installations as received from the request for proposals to supply households in and informal settlement. Should the supplier be willing to accept the risk and do this at their cost or municipal fines? The budget cost for pilot will be in the
Councillor.
187,695 excluding VAT. G, the last one, that should the pilot project be successful, a larger scale rollout to be investigated according to the approved supply chain processes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item, if I have it correctly, is Councillor Jay.
Jy is heeltemal reg, Speaker. Ja, ek dink Malin maak hy skryf hy goed te lank vir die raadslede, dis hoekom hulle nou oor die tyd gaan. Speaker, ek moet vandag sê as ek hierdie item reg verstaan, dan moet ek sê ek is tevrede met hierdie item as ek reg gelees het dat hierdie informal areas, ek het gesien Pakkelsdorp en Thembalethu, dat daar van gedeelte van hulle gaan elektrisiteit kry. As ek sê ek het dit so gelees, ek het ook die getalle gesien, hoeveel gaan waar kry en ek is baie bly as die item vir my sê dat hierdie mense die krag gaan kry. Is ek reg, Speaker?
Mag ek antwoord?
Yes, asseblief tog, Speaker.
Ek is net bang ek antwoord alweer dan as ek in die moeilikheid. But I understand, as ek het reg verstaan, is hy reg.
Yes, Speaker. Daarom het ek geen probleem met hierdie item vandag hier voor my, Speaker. Laat ons mense, u sien, ons het 'n probleem nou met hierdie load shedding. Dis moeilik vir ons. Ons kan nie
time, Councillor.
Maar nou wat nog te meer die mense wat in informal areas bly, Speaker. Hulle gaan baie dankbaar wees. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, once again, I have somebody's microphone. Councillor Mdaka, your microphone is on once again. I just wanted to bring it to your attention so that you don't say something that is derogatory and ends you up in that big hot water. Yeah. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Nkamile. Sorry, but before we have that, we have the translation, and please translate my answer as well, please.
Uthi uCouncillor uJiba yena uyiva kakuhle le proposal ithi into yokubana kuzofakelelwa umbane kwindawo ezinjengePakkersdorp naseThembalethu. So if uyiva njalo yena uyavumelana and uyayixhasa xa jongane amounts ezizofunyanwa and ezizokhutshwa for ezindawo. If uthethwa ngolu hlobo ibhalwe ngalo, then yena nepati yakhe bayavumelana bayayixhasa. And uthi bana ne-community nayo izobulela kakhulu njengoba sinale load shedding sidilishana nayo ngoku. And usomlomo besithi ku-councillor uJay into yokubana uyifunde kakuhle, ola hlobo ayifunde ngalo into yobana ePakkersdorp neThembalethu zizofakelelwa umbane, indlela eyiyo leyo.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nkamile, your time starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. We as EFF, we know that the development that this municipality is bringing to our areas, and we would like to urge or inform the municipality to do away with the delays in terms of such developments, because these are basic needs or basic services that this municipality should render as soon as possible for our people. We cannot wait for more than 10 years in order to make a development in those areas. Otherwise, it proves that this municipality doesn't hear the cry of the people, especially those who reside in informal settlements. So we as EFF, we know that, we take note of the development, and then we will assist wherever we can in order to make this successful. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nkamile. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Lawson. Councillor Lawson, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That item is therefore passed. Councillors, as I said before, please bear with me. The next draft policy we're going to be dealing with today is item 7.2.18, the draft amending policy on place naming, street naming and numbering. But before I continue with that, I'd like to bring to your attention that 7.2.16 is a no debate. I'm therefore going to ask it for the record that be entered into the record as such, that we also have item 7.2.22, 7.2.23, and 7.2.24 read into the record as no debate, and therefore we will not be dealing with those. But then, as I said, we are now going to be dealing with item 7.2.18. The draft amending policy, the naming, and the councillor to talk on that is Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Just for your information, the present policy that's been implemented at the moment dates back to 2013, hence some of the amendments that needs to be made. And the current policy separates the process of street name application allocations, of the street name application and the allocation and the approval of new layouts or subdivisions during land use development processes that needs to be followed. And obviously the above results at present in a serious delay of allocating street names. As we speak today, there's still a number of developments without no street names that has been allocated to this. So the current process is not aligned with the public participation process that precedes the land development decision and that often results in the delay of registration of new developments with the deeds office, and that obviously has a serious financial implication attached to it. Now, one of the proposals in the revised document is that the George municipality instigates the following, and that's a George Municipal Geographical Names Bank, and that will be a database of names that will become effective once endorsed by the various wards committees and the public participation process. And I want to focus the attention also to the ward councillors on this platform today, is that the elected ward councillors will now have to play a significantly more important role, because this process will also go to them and their recommendation will come to council. Chair, in short, Speaker, in short, that is what the document is all about, without wasting any time. So the recommendation before council today is on page 189, and that is that the draft amended policy be adopted, and secondly, that upon final adoption of this policy before us, is that the Director Planning and Development then proceed to develop and conclude the names bank, as I've briefly explained before you. So I recommend accordingly, Speaker, as on page 189 of the agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Councillor Hill. Sorry, I was distracted for a second. Councillor Nkumile, unless it's a point of order, I'm going to ask you to put it in the chat box, please. And I'm going to ask the next person to speak on this item is Councillor Mantlele.
Sorry, Speaker, it's just a point of clarity regarding what Councillor Hill said.
I understand,
it's division of powers when he's talking about the elected ward councillors, and most of the
Councillor
are being left behind by this council.
Councillor
Nkumile,
please. I'm going to ask you, please, when I stop you, to please take what I'm saying to you to heart. You tend to go on. I'm stopping you for a reason. Okay. First of all, the point of clarity that you're bringing has no relevance in this at this stage of the game. And points of clarity will be debated at the end, as per se. But we are not going to debate opinions. We're talking about the item, and people's opinions are not part of the item. So I'm going to ask you to please stand down, and I'm going to ask Councillor Mantlele to continue with his 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Mandingene speaker. Singumbutho ka-ANC sixhasa kakhulu into yokubhala kwamagama ezitratweni. Singulo mbutho ke into eyenza utshintsho kukuhlala kwabantu bakuthi. Siye siyixhase ngoba abantu bakuthi bacinezeleka kakhulu kwixesha ngaphambili kulungekho olu tshintsho. So sithi ke masiyixhase, asikhethi imibala ke xa kufuneke into ize kubantu bakuthi. Mandibulele, enkosi.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak, first of all, is the translation.
Councillor Van Mele was saying them as the ANC support the proposal, and that also they support whatever helps and uplifts our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor J.E.
Asivang interpreter. Yeah, kick. Can you translate again? I cannot hear you.
Could you please do the translation again? Apparently some of the councillors could not hear what you were saying.
Saying Speaker Councillor Mangwele was saying them as the ANC supported the proposal of the names being put on the street names, and they support whatever supports, helps, and uplifts the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm therefore going to ask now that Councillor J.E. please takes her 1 minute.
Speaker, kyk net reg daar, dit Councillor Lou.
Yeah, I've asked, sorry, Councillor Low, you have 1 minute.
Dankie Speaker. Ons wil graag hê dat een van hierdie strate, naamlik PW Botha Boulevard, moet vernoem na word na veilig.
Councillor, we can't suggest, please bear with me. I respect your decision that you would like a name changed to a specific name, but the item does not talk to a specific name at this stage. It is an adoption of a policy, and therefore I take cognizance of what you're saying, and the idea of changing a specific name can come at a later stage. I'm going to ask you to please stay on point and discuss the item, which is the approval of the draft, the policy.
Speaker, ek het nog eens klaar gepraat, jy interrupt my elke keer.
Councillor?
Ons verstaan, niemand het nog klaar praat.
Nee, Councillor, jy verstaan duidelik nie. Ek het vir jou gevra. Raad, ek vra vir jou. Please don't tell me how to run my meeting, okay? You are not on point. The fact remains is we are trying to adopt a policy. You are bringing about a specific name which you would like to be changed, which is not part of the item. And therefore, I'm asking you, I have the right to ask you to stay on point. So therefore, thank you very much. Not that I needed your permission, thank you. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Speaker. I support the recommendation.
I'm going to ask you just to bear with me for 2 seconds. Councillors, please put your microphones off. I'm now going to ask that we go to item 7.2.9. The draft George Municipality Town Planning Policy on Telecommunication Infrastructure. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Hill.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. With regards to the item before us, a few remarks coming from the content is that the telecommunication infrastructure presently is not guided or managed by municipal spatial planning policy or development management legislation. And some of the issues that comes up as the department or the directorate is dealing with that is the health implications or procedural delays or visual obstruction, amongst others. So the objective of the policy before Council today is to create a policy framework and to establish procedural requirements to facilitate the provision of the telecommunication infrastructure network. We're all aware of the fact, or most of us, is that the mobile phone user increase has been exponentially since 1994 when mobile communication was launched. And the policy before us today will be primarily used by the planning department to facilitate the statutory development control functions, and obviously to streamline the application process and the evaluation process before them. And the policy will formulate uniform policy parameters, objectives, and guidelines for the construction and the evaluation of telecommunication infrastructure network. And I want to then go to the recommendation before Council today on item 7 to 9, and that is on page 140 of the agenda today. And that is, amongst others, A, is that the Director Planning and Development be authorized to commence with a public participation process. Secondly, that the draft policy document then be submitted to the Section 80 Committee for their contribution and their input before it's submitted to Council for adoption. And I recommend accordingly. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Lowe. You have 1 minute.
Dankie Speaker, gaan maar voort met uw meeting.
Baie dankie. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor van Brandes.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the recommendation made by my colleague.
The recommendation is then carried unanimously. We are going to all in favour. We therefore move on to item 7.2.10, the draft George Municipality Problem Premises Bylaw. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor van Brandes. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. The proposed bylaw will be supplemented to the national building regulations and building standards to ensure uniformity with regard to building standards. It became apparent that George Municipality requires comprehensive methods of dealing with problem buildings and premises. The Director wants to be proactive in addressing these problems. Properties and methods available have now been incorporated in the draft problem premises bylaw attached as Annexure A to the report. On page 141, there's a section what constitutes a problem premise. The new George Municipality problem premises bylaw will be a comprehensive and enable the municipality to effectively and consistently manage situations where problem buildings properties exist. Now, the processes that will follow is the Council will provisionally adopt the draft policy. It will then mandate the Directorate to undertake public participation process. A workshop will be conducted with councillors prior to final approval, and the document will be submitted to Council, and then lastly it will be gazetted. I will therefore recommend the recommendation on page 145A to D. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Lowe.
En ik kan maar voortgaan.
Baie dankie, Raadslid. The last person to speak on this item is Alderman Kritzinger. Alderman Kritzinger, you have 1 minute. Is there someone that will second it?
I'll second the proposal, Speaker. Thank you. Alderman van Wyk.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on. The next item on this agenda is 7.2.11, Terms of Reference for the George Municipality Aesthetics and Heritage Committee. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Hill. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I will be short and sweet. The purpose of the committee that will include aesthetics and heritage now. The purpose of this committee is to advise and provide feedback and guidance and to assist the municipality on various aspects relating to how to conserve, manage and maintain the architectural, cultural and natural landscape, including the heritage resources of the entire municipal area. And in addition, the committee will be required to provide comments and advice on matters pertaining to the above as said. Just as a matter of interest also to the committee, which is included in the draft, is that the committee will only have an advisory making authority on matters relating to applications. And the committee at this stage is proposed to have a membership of 7 members. Internal members, in other words, members of officials, which will total 3, and the external members, which will be 4 members, making up the 7. And as I've said, that will be the composure of the committee before us, and that's in very short the content. And I want to take you to page 149 of today's agenda with the resolutions. There is that we accept the draft reference for establishment of this committee, that we accept and adopt it as per Annexure A, and that the Directorate commence with the process of recruiting the new members of this committee, which I've just explained to you, and that C, the specific delegations assigned to the municipal manager and the Section 8 Committee for Planning, as addressed in terms of the reference, be included in the delegation register. And that's in short the item for us, Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Smart. Councillor Smart, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to Councillor Hill. I would just like to thank, the previous committee that served, but am I right to, I don't want to say assume, must choose your words so wise, but anyway, that they did it voluntary, but now this committee members is going to receive an honorarium. And my other point is that this committee should be inclusive, of people in and around, in George, please. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor, I'm not quite sure if it sounded like there was a question in that, but I'm going to move on to Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown, you've got 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I support the recommendation made by my colleague, Councillor Hill. Thank you.
Sorry, Chairperson. Yes, there was a question in terms of the honorarium. Thank you.
Councillor Hill, can you answer that, please?
Yes, Speaker. In short, the three full-time officials will be appointed by the municipal manager in accordance with the provision of the terms of reference, and that will obviously include the building control officer as determined in Act 103 of 77. And yes, Councillor Smart is correct as that the external members, in other words, the additional 4, which will not be employees, that could be architects or town planners or heritage practitioners, and they will be remunerated by council according to the appropriate professional fees and their registration. And obviously, a council needs to make provision for that remuneration. So he's correct into assuming that. Thank you, Speaker. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you. I believe you did. Thank you very much. Having said that, we have now passed that item and we've all accepted it. I'm going to ask that we move down to item 7.2.14. And then I'm going to ask that we do 7.2.15 after that. So 7.2.14, which is the application to purchase a portion of Mead Street Road Reserve, George, situated on ARF 2287. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Fichland.
Speaker.
Go ahead. That's you. Sorry, Councillor. I should have said Councillor R. Fichland. You have 2 minutes.
Sorry, Speaker, I'm just a bit confused. Which one are we now at?
7.2.14, which is the application to purchase a portion of the Mead Street Road Reserve, George, situated next to ARF 2287, George.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this item seeks approval from Council that this portion be sold off, and therefore I propose that we accept the recommendation as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Nkamile. You have 1 minute. Councillor Nkamile, I've started your time. You have 1 minute to talk on this item. Councillor Nkamile, I'm going to ask you for the last time before I continue. I have now given you 2 opportunities to take up this time. For the last time, could you please take up your 1 minute? Otherwise, we're going to move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I was busy typing. Yes, Speaker. Yeah. We see the recommendation and we understand, but also this municipality, we cannot have a situation whereby our municipality is lacking the land, so that we can go to an extent where we will purchase buildings or anything of some sort. So it is good, and we acknowledge that. But for future purposes, this municipality must have an thorough land audit. And
thank you, Council. Your time is running out. You got 10 seconds to summarize.
Yes. So yeah.
Thank you. Noted. I'm going to continue for the next person to speak on this item. Councillor Alderman Kritzinger, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to second the proposal made by my colleague, Councillor Fichland. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder Lady Kritzinger. With that, we are going to pass that item. There are no objections to that. We're now going to move on to item 7.2.15. And due to the fact that there are only 2 DA speakers on that item, I'm going to ask for the proposal and the seconding of that item. Councillor Fry and Councillor Windwy. It's a no debate. I'm going to take it as a no debate, as there are no other speakers on this item. Thank you for that. The next item that we are going to discuss before we go on to confidential items is item 7.2.20, which needs to be dealt with. That is the development of a sustainable human settlements plan for George Municipality. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson, you have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Provincial Department of Human Settlement granted approval in the amount of 600,000 for the appointment of a consultant for the development of a credible, sustainable human settlement plan for the George municipality. Zutari was subsequently appointed. Presentation was made by Zutari to the Human Settlement Section 80 Committee on the 7th of June. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, human settlement issues is often used during election season as the #1 topic for discussion, as the most vulnerable and the poorest of the poor are the affected parties. It's unfortunate we received backlash at the Section 80 Committee, but we nonetheless welcome this draft report that will be subjected to public comments. Mr. Speaker, I therefore propose that Council take note of the attached Sustainable Human Settlement Plan and accept the recommendation as is on page 195 under number A to C. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just checking my, it's the next person to speak here is Councillor Mdaka, if I'm correct. Councillor, you have 2 minutes. Sorry, that's F. Mdaka. Councillor Mdaka, I have started your clock. Are you available? Would you like to speak on this item? Item 7.2.20, you're on the speakers list.
Yeah.
Speaker,
Yeah, I can hear you, Councillor Mdaka.
is that 7.2.20
That's correct, Councillor.
sustainable settlement plan? Oh, yes. Speaker, sustainable settlement plan does of integration. Why can't we use land that is available nearer to town, like the one that you've sold and you built tennis court on? Because this thing doesn't speak to the integration. You always mention integration on your presentation.
Councillor, can I just ask you to hold on for 1 second? Apparently, I've just been informed that the recording has stopped. Could somebody from Corporate Services just confirm this? Sorry, Councillor Mdaka, I don't mean to interrupt you, but without the recording, this meeting cannot basically continue. So Corporate Services, I need to find out whether the recording has in fact stopped or are we still recording?
Should I sit down so long?
Speaker?
You may sit down
It's
if you want.
still recording.
Is it still recording?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mdaka. Could you continue, please?
I'll start.
You may stand up if you want to as well.
I'm standing.
For you.
Speaker, I've seen the plan that it's drawn. It's really nice. In the paper, it speaks of integration that is not even happening in George. There is a land that is always available nearer to town, but you won't see black or colored communities coming to those areas. There are no housing that are built in those areas. What we do as this municipality, we just sell or build tennis court in those available land. Is that the integration? Do we think that the sustainable settlement plan will work? I don't think so. And I saw that Zutari is becoming your tool to do this municipality's work, actually the dirty work of the municipality. Zutari has been benefiting from every project that is here. Human settlement, Zutari, wherever Zutari is always. Civil, Zutari is there. Everywhere Zutari is there. Speaker Aman, something must be done. Implementation must be done. The integration that you are talking about must be seen. It must not be in the papers only. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. I need to confirm whether you are opposing or do you agree with it on those. I just need to confirm for my own record purposes, please. Councillor Mdaka, are you happy with the recommendation?
Yeah. I'm unhappy.
Okay, so you're basically asking us to vote for this, then is that what I'm gathering?
No, Speaker. I'm not putting any proposals.
Okay. No problem.
Putting
So
any proposal.
okay, thank you very much, Councillor. All right.
Thank you.
So you have no objection to it, but that's fine. Councillor Jay, you have 2 minutes, please.
Speaker, jy wil vandag net hê ons moet vote nee, but anyway, ja Speaker, ek het 'n ewige probleem gehad in die artikel 80 komitee gaande hierdie planne wat opgetrek word as dit kom by ons behuisings aangeleenthede vir ons mense. Ek wil saamstem met die gedeelte met wat Councillor daar kan ook genoem het, dat wanneer ons planne optrek vir behuisings vir ons mense, Speaker, as dit altyd net in 'n hoekietjie, of dit is daar tussen die vullishope, of dit is daar waar ons mense nou reeds vasgevang lê tussen die slote en riviere en waters en dies meer. Ek het al 'n paar keer plekke uitgewys, byvoorbeeld die Rooi Rivier Rif. Ek het gevra hoekom word hy gronde daar nie gebruik ook vir RDP behuising en goeders oor. Daar's die see stukke gronde hier oor kan die af. Met hy ons as ons die planne opgetrek word dat ons dit in ag neem, dat ons nie elke keer kyk waar is 'n plekkietjie waar daar in 'n hoekie is vir ons mense, daar word die planne opgetrek volgens daai hoekietjie waar ons mense ingaan soos waar ons nou bly. As jy nou kyk na die Syverfontein geval, dit was voorheen was dit 'n wat noem jy die plek waar die mense hulle vullis gaan neerstort het, 'n stortingsterreinplek. Toe was daar planne opgetrek en mense kon daar gaan bly. Nou steeds is dit as jy na hierdie tipe van planne kyk wat opgetrek word, is dit maar nou net iewers in 'n hoekie ons mense druk en ons moet sê haleluja, dankie, amen, at least ons kry 'n huisie. Dit kan nie so werk nie, as Speaker. Die meier moet luister na die goeie wat ons praat. Hy moet aandag gee aan die goeie ook, aan hierdie plans en goed, waar word ons mense neergesit. En dit is dit, Speaker. Baie dankie. Gaan voort, laat ons klaarmaak.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can we have a translation, please?
Uthi uCouncillor uJay bona banengxaki nalento yokubana xa abantu bakuthi kufuneka bokhelwe izindlu kuvelwe kujonge eyona kona encinci okanye indawo ezingasemfuleni okanye indawo ekulahlwa kuyo inkunkuma. Before bezobe iplan, imeya yethu nayo mayizijongisise ezinto naxa bezoba iplan mabajonge indawo abakhela kuyo indawo babantu bethu. Bangokhi nje okanye benze nje iplan and then thina funeke sonwabele loo nto sithi enkosi. At least sinendlu. No, ayikwazi usebenza njalo. Nathi kufuneka sijongelwe indawo ezi-right abantu bethu abakwazi uhlala kuzo, abazokwazi uhlala kakuhle bephephile. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Windvai. Councillor Windvai, you have 1 minute.
Second the proposal, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are we all then in favour of letting this pass? I'm going to take that as yes. Councillors, I see, just for the record.
Sorry.
Yes, Councillor
Sorry,
Jay.
Speaker. Ek wil net goed duidelikheid kry. Sorry, ek weet as dit adeer. Gaan ons nog publieke deelname kom gaan daar hierdie item, né?
As far as I understand, that is correct.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We are therefore all in favour. We're going to move on. The next item for this agenda this afternoon is item 7.2.21, which is a draft policy, draft emergency accommodation and assistance. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Petrus.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, die grondwet verwag van ons om hulpverlening te doen waar daar nood is, maar dat daar ook 'n besef is of erkenning is dat ons kan hulp verleen as ons die nodige bronne het en die voorsiening op die begroting het en die finansiële vermoëns het om dit te kan doen. En dat is ons plig wanneer daar rampe is en probleme is, natuurrampe, dat ons die mense wat nie in staat is, of die inwoners wat nie in staat is om hulle self te help, dat ons hulle moet help. En dit is in terme van al die relevante wetgewings wat daar bestaan, en ook die regulasies wat gepaard gaan met dit. Nou, ons moet dit egter beheer, sodat ons die bronne kan beheer en verantwoordelik doen daarvoor. Want die fondse wat ons gebruik om die aankope te doen is publieke fondse. En die publiek verwag van ons om die fondse korrek te spandeer en dat die materiaal en dit wat ons gebruik om mense te help, dat dit by die regte mense uitkom. Voorstel, ek vra dat die raad vandag hierdie riglyne aanvaar, dat ons ten minste riglyne het en dat daar 'n plan is van hoe ons dit gaan uitrol in die toekoms in. Ek wil net verwys na 5.2.2 speaker en dan 5.5.2 en 5.3.2, dit is onder who will not qualify. En al wysiging wat daar is, ek sien die aanbeveling maak reeds voorsiening daarvoor, is dat dit moet wees by B single persons with no dependents under the age of 60. En oral waar het verwys na 70, word het 60 speaker. Ek stel voor dat die document of die policy so aanvaar word met die wysiging soos dat ek voorgestel.
Can we have a translation, please?
Uthi uCouncillor uPetrus into yokubana malungelana neemali nezinto esizenzela abantu bomphakathi, imali nezinto ezithengwayo mazisetyenziswe ngendlela eyiyo. Imali iye kumntu ofanele uba isetyenziswa nguye nomntu ozayisebenzisa ngendlela, kwaye nezinto ezithengwayo mazithengwe ngumntu ofanele uba uyazithenga ezo zinto. Imali ingahambi inikwa nabani na okanye kucelwe nabani na athenge izinto. And uba sifuna uncedo, siyakwazi ucela uncedo kwezinye iindawo okanye kwabanye abantu. And izinto mazenziwe ngomthetho nangendlela. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Mankele. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Speaker. As the ANC, we support the emergency accommodation and we are also, we request the iron sheet at least in the informal settlement, because this thing of Gun Plus, it's a waste of
Councillor,
money.
I'm going to have to call you to order. Please, the item is dealing with emergency accommodation assistance, the policy. So I need to call you to order. We're dealing with the policy at this stage of the game, please.
Okay. Here, police, right? Back
Can I continue, Speaker?
Yes, you may continue.
Why are you laughing? This team of Gun Plus is not a solution for emergency to our community, and also we need the assistance to our informal segment, like the damages of in between of our informal segment. We need the G7 in the informal segment. There is a lot of damages between in the informal segment, and the roads, even the buggies of the municipality, when they are bringing the services, they are struggling to enter in between the informal segment. Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, we need also a iron sheet in the informal segment. Please, Speaker. Yeah, because we are always get a complaint to our community that are staying to the informal settlement. Always every 3 months, our people they need gun plus. The gun plus is not a solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Lowe. You have 1 minute.
Speaker, die policy is nog goed en wel, goed geschreven en alles, maar wanneer die mensen nood is daar nie hulp vir hulle in onze gemeenskappe nie. Die vroeger was nou hier en niemand has gehelp nie. Daar was nie eers gamplas vir die mense nie, daar word nie gebudget nie. En dan die persone wat oor 60 is, moenie nog nou in informele behuising woon nie of hulle moes nou al in huise gewees het. Yes. Hier kry die kinders huise. Ek noem hulle kinders van hulle is onder 35 jaar oud. Hulle kry huise. Steenhuise, dat ek het so noem. Maar ons ouer persone oor 60 moet in bouvallige plakkers huisies bly. Dan wil ek weet waar staan dit
10 seconds, please.
Dat Gamplas 'n noodstruktuur is. Ons moet wegdoen met die Gamplas. Ek wil hê iemand moet die vraag antwoord. Mag 'n mens Gamplas gebruik vir 'n dak volgens bouregulasies? Ons vra die munisipaliteit om die Gamplas te vervang met plate, met dakplate. Ons mense sal klaar.
Time is up. Thank you, Councillor. Please wrap up.
Ek soek 'n antwoord asseblief.
Councillor, the policy doesn't talk to the actual instruments and stuff like that. The policy talks to how we're about to emergency accommodation and the assistance. I'm going to ask you that you have a recommendation. This is a draft policy which still needs to go for public participation. And therefore, there are all sorts of things that still have to happen. And that will then basically, we need to know whether you are going to accept it, or it can go to the next stage, or to reject the recommendations. That's basically what the policy is talking about. I don't think at this stage of the game we can actually discuss the relevance. We need to have the next stage to participate.
Speaker, ek wil dit nie reject nie. Ek wil net weet onder wat val Gamplas. My vraag was, mag 'n mens Gamplas gebruik vir 'n dak volgens bouregulasies? Baie dankie.
Baie dankie. I take note of what you're saying, and I am going to ask that the relevant department gives you an answer. As I said, I don't know what the regulations are at this stage of the game. We're discussing the policy. You have said that you don't want to reject it, but I'm sure that the relevant department can actually give you the full regs as to what is permissible and what isn't permissible in assisting the people of the town. So I'm going to therefore ask for the translation, please.
Ebesithi uCouncillor ulo into yokubana uyayibona yonke le proposal ibhalwe kakuhle but akayikhabi, kodwa uthi into yokubana ngoku abantu bethu bebedinga uncedo bekungekho ncedo and akho nebudget ebekiweyo ecaleni for abantu bethu. Kwaye abantu abangapha kweminyaka ena-60 akufanelanga uba basajongelwa izindlu kwi-informal settlement because badala, whereas kukho abantwana aba-under 35 abanezindlu kodwa abazali okanye abantu abadala abangapha banazo izindlu. Then umbuzo kaCouncillor Ulo uthi into yokubana ibhalwe phi into emithethweni into yokubana i-Gamplas yona material yosetyenziswa for i-emergency. Kwaye aphinde abuze into yokubana ivumelekile into yosebenzisa i-Gamplas for idaka malungelana nemithetho yokokha izindlu.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Safers, please. You have 1 minute.
I second the proposal made by Alderman Petrus, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smart. You have a point of
Chairperson.
clarity.
Yeah, no, I don't know why, because I put time in on the previous item and on this item.
No,
And
Councillor, I've got you on 7.2.19. I have you as a speaker on that, and I have you on the leasing of the community social admin on 7.2.17, and not this item.
No, I asked to speak on this item because you could see that I spoke on this item. But anyway, sorry, Chairperson, I will go out and tell the community what is actually happening in this policy, because we cannot support.
Thank you, Councillor. I understand that. I'm going to therefore continue with the agenda. As I say, I work according to a speakers list. And on the speakers list, I have you as on 17 and 19. Thank you. Okay, the next item we're going to deal with is item 7.2.25, the amendments to the Audit Committee Charter. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Wessels. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, during the current review process, the following amendments were recommended by the Audit Committee, and administration are subject to the approval of Council. One, it includes the reporting responsibility of the Audit Committee to the MPAC Committee in line with Act number 3 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Act 2021, which was promulgated on the 1st of November 2021. And then there was also minor tweaks to facilitate the operational efficiency. These proposed amendments to the Audit Committee Charter does not have any financial implications, and thus needs to be approved by Council. It was also resolved to recommend to Council by the maker. So I would thus like Council to approve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on this item on my speakers list is Councillor Smart. You have 1 minute.
Sorry, Speaker, I'm not gonna speak on this one. You can pass this one. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item, therefore, is Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, you have 1 minute, or can somebody second it for us, please?
I
second it.
I second it, Speaker.
Thank you very much, councillors. Councillors, we are doing quite well. I'm going to ask you to, once again, we are almost through the open session of council. And thank you to everybody for your diligence and your participation and so forth. I'm going to ask you now to go back to the front page, or to the first item 7.2.4. Where we are going to talk about the renewable energy strategy. The first person to talk on this item is Councillor Mbete. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, again. Speaker, Council has recently approved the renewable energy and associated policies. These policies form the foundation for the renewable energy strategy in this changing energy space. The strategy is formulated with the intention of making the city more sustainable and less reliant on Eskom. We can all agree that the above inflation price increase from Eskom is posing a great risk to the sustainability of the municipality. We therefore have to urgently find ways of becoming more energy efficient, as well as actively look for means of procuring energy from alternative sources in order to reduce our bulk cost. We need to do this, ensure we become more sustainable, as well as provide the much required relief to our consumers. It is unfortunate that the ever increasing price of electricity from Eskom is also married to the low reliability due to load shedding, which has reached stage 6 in this past week. This item on the renewable energy strategy cements the decision of Council within its renewable energy and associated policies. It further details how we intend to expedite the reduction of bulk costs through various means of becoming energy efficient, as well as our strides through various means to add alternative energy within our grid. The item discussed the short-term, medium-term, as well as long-term strategy. Therefore, Speaker, I propose that the report be noted and for the renewable energy strategy be approved by Council as per the recommendations on page 86. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Sorry. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Jay. You have 2 minutes.
Forward, Speaker, forward. Ik kan maar voortgaan hoor, naar de volgende item.
Baie dankie. Nog niet die volgende item nie, die volgende speaker. The next speaker to talk on this item is Councillor Champe. Councillor Camille, can you talk? Apparently she's not able to speak at the moment. Councillor Camille. I'm asking once again, Councillor Ntumile. I believe Councillor Champe is not in the meeting at present. I'm therefore going to ask Councillor Du Toit. You have 2 minutes.
You may proceed, Speaker.
Okay, councillors, thank you very much. I'm going to, for last purposes, I'm going to give one more chance. Councillor Champe, if you are present, you have 1 minute. If not, I'm going to ask Councillor Gültig to proceed. Councillor Gültig, you may continue. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a great, let's say, renewable energy strategy is a great document to have, as the DA around Western Cape has handed a 13 million rand fund for green and renewable energies in the province. Therefore, as a DA, I am happy to second the recommendation from Councillor Mbete to approve and adopt this renewable energy strategy. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Therefore, we are all in favour. We move on to item 7.2.5. The electricity master plan, the 66 kV network. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Mbete.
Speaker, thank you again. Speaker, an in-depth study and network analysis was undertaken with the purpose of developing the high voltage master plan for the George City. The purpose of this report is to present the findings of the recent 60 kV master plan that was recently completed. The scope was limited to the distribution network at 66 kV and above. The medium voltage network master plans will be done in phases during the next financial years. George is a growing city and the economic hub of the Garden Route and Southern Cape area. It is very important that the electricity network be continually evaluated and simulations be done in order to ensure that there is sufficient capacity for the natural growth and expansion of the city. The master plan for George is a huge exercise consisting of multiple voltage levels covering all the areas of George municipality. This portion of the master plan focused on the 66 kV network and therefore excludes areas such as Wilderness and Uniondale, where the bulk supply for the municipality is at voltages lower than 66 kV. The complete report is attached for reference and the submitted item provided an executive summary. I propose that report be noted and for the electricity master plan reported be approved by Council as per the recommendations on page 99. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mbete. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Ntondini, if I am correct. Councillor Ntondini, you have 3 minutes.
Molo Speaker, mngani wami njani? Speaker, this electrical master plan 60 kV come on the right time, where the security of electrical supply has become very critical in our country, George in particular. This master plan needs to be reviewed regularly to ensure that it is implementable and that it stays relevant to the challenges
facing the electricity sector. The supply of reliable electrical power ensures that economic growth is not hampered, and this will make the investors feel secure in the city of all reasons. And we are happy that the Thembalethu substation is under construction, and that will be very helpful to Thembalethu surrounding areas. And this power substation needs to be maintained regularly to avoid local load shedding. The ANC supports the recommendation of A and B. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my friend.
My friend, don't call me my friend.
I'm done, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And I don't need to translate. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Nkamile. You have 2 minutes. Councillor Nkamile.
Thank you, Speaker. We know the electricity master plan, and we say and we wish that everything will be done accordingly. Thank you.
Can I therefore ask if you're seconding it?
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. We therefore take this item as being approved unanimously. We're going to move on. The next item on the agenda that we're going to talk on is 7.2.7, the update and approval of the George Municipal Sports Policy. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Adams. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not going to be long. I'm on my way to Brive at Councillor Jay's house. Speaker, this policy is on page 123, 124, and 125. This policy was first served in 2007, 2008 financial year at the council meeting and was approved. This one is an updated one, and this policy was well workshopped, so I recommend that council please approve this. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Hani. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Let's put policy council policy. Singumbutho wesizwe umuntu wayeyenzile ngaphambili sithi kuye mangaphinda azoyenza ilanti workshop okufanele iconductile ngela xesha. So sicela iphinde ibuyela ku-workshop again. Zange agqibe la mfo. Inkosi.
Can we have a translation, please?
Did you hear me?
I heard you. I'm waiting for a translation, Councillor.
Councillors, Councillor Hani was saying that whoever did it before this, the sports policy before, and the workshop must come back and do it again, because the workshop they never finished it before when it was done beforehand. So they would like that this sports policy be workshopped again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Lowe.
Speaker, Speaker, ek wil net sê die voordele van sport en ontspanning moet vir alle gemeenskappe dieselfde wees. En ons het geen probleem met die aanbeveling nie.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So can I ask if you basically approve seconding the policy?
Ja, ek het die probleem nie, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The item is therefore seconded by Councillor Lowe. I'm going to therefore say thank you very much for that. We take note of the remarks by the other councillors. We are therefore going to move on. Councillors, and I must say thank you very much for your participation today. We are getting through this quite efficiently. We have 2 more items in 7. We're moving to item 7.2.17, which is the leasing of the community and social advent situated within the new housing development Eden Park next to Rosedale in Pakkelsdorp. The first person to speak on this item is Councillor Basil Petrus. I apologize. Alderman Petrus, you have 3 minutes.
Geen probleem nie, Speaker. Baie dankie. Speaker, die is in Eden Park. Soos ons almal bewus is daar 'n nuwe behuisingsontwikkeling. Maar daar geen ander, dat ons nou begin om die ander fasiliteite beskikbaar te stel. En hierdie is 'n poging. Ons kan nie net huise bou nie, maar daar is nie ander fasiliteite nie. En die raad het ook 'n verpligting om met die publieke samelewing, of openbare samelewing te werk, om ons mense te help waar nodig. So spesifiek ons kerke, die NGO's en ander behoevende ander instansies wat hulp aanbied vir mense in nood. Hierdie is 'n perfekte geleentheid vir inwoners of mense wat NGO's of hierdie tipe van organisasies het of bestuur om deel te neem aan hierdie proses om eiendom of grond te bekom, eerstens te huur en daarna as dit goed gaan hierdie eiendom te kan bekom. So dit is 'n baie positiewe stap en 'n stap in die regte rigting. Soos ek weer eens sê, ons sit met talle maatskaplike probleme en so meer en ons moet dan vat met die samelewing en met die mense wat bereid is om te help, ander instansies wat saam met ons wil werk. So ek wil voorstel dat hierdie aanbeveling so geaanvaar word, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Could we have a translation, please?
Besithi uCouncillor uPetrus into yokubana njengokuba ibhaliwe apha encwadini malungelana ne-Eden Park, but enye into ayitshoyo into yokubana masingajongi nje into yokokha izindlu kuphela, masisebenzisane nabantu bethu because kukho izinto ezinjengecawa ne-NGOs, abantu mhlawumbi ii-business ezincinci ezingenzi imali nazo ii-buildings zabo mhlawumbi zonakele, masijonge ukunceda nabo bantu njengecawe nezikolo nabantu abangayenzi imali njengabanye. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Lentu. You have 2 minutes.
Molweni, Speaker.
I can hear you. You can go ahead.
Yes, Speaker. As the African National Congress, we support the sale of the land and the development because it's gonna benefit our people. As long as people that are paying the plot are coming from our area, we support, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Jay. You have 1 minute.
Speaker, ek kan dit seker nie wegredeneer dat dit regtig waar 'n positiewe stap is nie. As dit kom by, laat ek eers gou so vra, die 8 erwe praat ons sê ek kan nog gelees, ek kan nie lekker uitmaak nie. Is dit nog is dit 'n nuwe grond wat gaan kom? Maak sagter man, ek kan nie so nie doen. Ek verstaan net nie lekker waar gaan dit gebeur. Ek kan net gou vinnig daai oor Speaker voor ek gou aanpraat. Waar is die 8 erwe? Waar word dit geïdentifiseer? Nie by die, is dit by die huidige huise wat nou gebou is?
Councillor Alderman Petrus, could you possibly just answer that
Ja,
to clarify that, please?
Dis by die nuwe uitbreiding.
Ja, okay Speaker, nee. Dan wil ek sê ja, dat dis hoekom beplanning is regtig waar nodig, Councillor Basil Petrus, want ons het in die verlede 'n probleem gehad net hoe die mense ons infrastrukture doen, dat byvoorbeeld Daar word huise gebou, maar dan is hierdie tipe van goede nie beskikbaar. Byvoorbeeld vir ons NGO's soos wat julle nog gaan sê, hierdie goed grond gaan nou vir die NGO's beskikbaar gestel word. Ek wil ook sê deur te sê dat dit moet mense uit ons geleedere is.
10 seconds.
Daar die plek. Sal niemand speaker man, waar is ons nou? Ja.
We're in a meeting.
Ja, die beplanning is nodig en ja, ons gaan nou met 'n valkoog dophou oor wie die mense is wat in daardie NGO's en goede betrokke gaan wees. Dankie speaker.
Please translate.
Ukansela uJay okokuqala ubebuza into yokubana ezi plot kuthethwa ngazo zeziphi okanye ziphi ziplot ezintsha ekuthethwa ngazo okanye zizinto ekuthethiwe ngazo okanye ziplot esekukhiwe kuzo na. Wathi uCouncillor Peters iye kunjalo ziiplots esekukhiwe kuzo. Wathi uCouncillor uJay into yokubana bona bayayixhasa into yokubana le nto ayithethayo uba izosapota ii-NGOs nale nto beyithetha yecawe nabantu abangenzi imali njengabanye, and bazojonga into yokubana nangobani abazosebenza phayana and zii-NGOs nyhani ezizofakwa kulaa mihlaba na.
Thank you. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Smart. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to speak Afrikaans. Speaker, ons is baie dankbaar vir die geleentheid. We believe that there must be recreational facilities, in such communities, especially there in Reiger Park and in Eden Park. So we support this endeavor. But however, Chairperson, I think we should limit this, as Councillor Jay alluded to, dat ons die ding limit, dat ons die ander kerke wat al klaar kerke het 'n geleentheid gee nie, ander NGO's wat al klaar reeds groot NGO's het, soos Life en so aan, ek wil nou nie name noem nie, maar dat ons ander mense ook 'n geleentheid gee om van hierdie grond gebruik te maak. So dit is ons stans rondom hierdie aangeleentheid. Dankie, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Could we please translate the Afrikaans portion of his I always thought you were going to do it all in English. Sorry.
Oh no. Uthi uCouncillor uSmart into yobana bona bayabulela and ukuvumelana noCouncillor uJay into yokubana mabalimithwe abantu abazofakwa phayana, kunganikwa abantu imihlaba njengabantu abanecawa asebenezicawa, makunikwe abantu abangenazicawa okanye abanye abantu abatsha i-opportunity okanye i-chance yokubana basebenzise laa mihlaba. By ne-NGOs kunganikezelwa ii-NGOs esezinayo imihlaba, makujongwe abanye abantu.
Thank you very much. The last person to talk on this item then is Councillor Kruger. My apologies. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong stuff here. Councillor Rudolfsson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. As we know that more than 70% of the households in Ward 14 experience some form of unemployment, whether parents, women or youth in our community. And for this reason, since last year, as the councillor for Ward 14, I started a series of initiatives in local economic and both social empowerment to empower and equip our community and startups with skills and knowledge in order to uplift themselves out of poverty. And I think this is a decision in the right direction, as my colleague has said. Therefore, I fully support and second the proposal of my learned colleague, Alderman Basil Petrus, because this initiative will benefit our local community.
Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor J.E., Please.
Ek kan nie van sy wijk praat, hy bly in my wijk, speaker, in my wijk.
Councillor, it is not relevant to this meeting. He was the speaker and he is entitled to say what he wants to say about the item, just as you are entitled to say what you want to say when you speak. I'm sure that a number of us talk about items that are not related to our own ward. So I'm therefore going to ask you to please refrain from doing that. We're going to move on. This item is therefore carried unanimously. We're going to move on to item 7.2.19, and this is the progress on priority human settlements and housing development areas, HDA development, and the first person to speak on this item is Councillor Alderman Petrus, please.
Dank u weer in, Speaker. Speaker, ja, die is ook 'n plan wat saamloop saam met die Sustainable Human Settlements plan wat ons net nou goedgekeur het, net nou pas goedgekeur het, voorsitter. En dit is 'n nasionale inisiatief of 'n interregeringsinisiatief tussen nasionale regering, provinsiale regering en die George munisipaliteit. Ons is een van 11 munisipaliteite wat deelneem aan die projek en kort voorsitter, die doel is om transformasie te bewerkstellig en integrasie te bewerkstellig en om grond te identifiseer en projekte te identifiseer wat ook ander vorme van behuising vir ons bied in terme van middelklas behuising of ander behuisingsgeleenthede en so meer, voorsitter, anders as net laagkoste behuising of die gewone behuising wat ons doen. So ek wil dit is 'n verslag wat ons voorgehou word, voorsitter. Dit is dit gaan nog aan en soos ek sê, dit gaan saam met ons Special Development Plan, die Sustainable Human Settlements Plan en alle relevante wette of planne wat ons het ten opsigte van behuising in George.
Thank you very much. Can we have a translation, please?
Besithi uCouncillor Petrus into yokubana lena item ihambelana nale sigqibothetha ngayo and ihambelana nale ye-human settlements sustainability, kwaye uthi into yokubana ufuneka uqhubekeke ujonga no-identifywa imihlaba ne-projects for unceda abantu bethu.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Ndaka, F. Councillor Ndaka, would you like to take up your 2 minutes, please? Your time has started.
Speaker, we have 2.19 long.
I'm going to repeat 7.2.19, progress on the priority human settlements.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
It is so nice when you write something down for compliance purposes. This report is nicely drafted. I hope it will be implemented as such. And of course, Speaker, I support the young Thank you.
If I understood you correctly, Councillor Faith, are you finished?
Mama bengena kupha kwena umtherethere. Etheresa wena uyathanda nxa kuthetha wena uvumela iDA ezinto zayo. Thina nxa kuthetha thina uthi singabantwana sisimpimpi.
Wat praat die vrou nou hier so hè? Dis ek agenda gelees.
Councillor Ndaka.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, could we have a translation, please?
Video the agenda gelees. Dis wat dit is.
Councillor Jay, please. Could we have a translation, please?
Speaker. Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Ndaka.
I've replied in English.
And then there was Then there was a whole large section which was not in
Speaker,
English.
I was speaking to Teresa, Councillor Jane. I've replied in English. I've said, it is so nice when you write.
Councillor, I'm going to ask for a translation because, as I said, your microphone was on. And unfortunately, for record purposes, we need it translated because otherwise we cannot check it from that. So can we just have a quick translation, please? Because I need to know exactly what was said so we can move on to the next person, please.
Speaker, not everything was clear. What I got from that was just the speak alone part and allowing DA to do things that not others. And then there was a noise after that, so I didn't get everything.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I'm going to ask then the next person to speak on this item is Councillor J.E. You have 1 minute, please.
Speaker, baie dankie. Waar is ons eintlik nou voor ek daar by feit kom?
Councillor, I'm going to say it again. We're on item 7.2.19. I understand it has been a confusing day, but because of circumstances, we've had to do the stuff that needs to be done by today first. I'm going to reiterate 7.2.19.
Nee, Speaker, ek is heeltemal confused nou. Wat het ek aan net toe gepraat? Was dit dan nie hy afdeling gewees nie? Nee man, waarom nie?
Nou laat jy my lekker lag, Teresa.
Nee man, jy maak ons die mekaar vandag.
Okay, councillors, please, can we just have order, please? Councillor J.E., the previous item is very similar, and that's maybe why you've got yourself a little bit confused, because the one is on the housing thing, and this one is a progress of a priority human settlement and housing development.
Okay, nee, Speaker, nee, ek is, to be honest, ek is baie die mekaar nou hier so in my papiere, so jy kan sien hier, net die mekaar nou hier, ek weet nie, maar anyway, dis hy feit wat my nou die mekaar gemaak het, want sy het die agenda gelees nie, nou wil sy die goede van my
Councillor, your time is running out. Remember, please stick to the point, otherwise you're going to have no time to discuss the item.
Ek weet nie waar is my nota nou nie, ek kan maar voort gaan Speaker hoor.
I appreciate that. The next person to speak on this item is Councillor Smart. You have 2 minutes.
No, Speaker, you can proceed. I'm fine. I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the simple fact that the item spoken to in Afrikaans didn't refer to the actual item itself, we're not going to have a translation. We're going to have the last person to speak on this item is Councillor Kruger.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I second the.
Thank you very much, councillors. Councillors, that is going to bring us to the end of the open items for today, because we have an. Just 1 second. Let me just make sure before I say something I'm not supposed to. I'm just trying to figure out where I am myself. Just 1 second. We might be able to, if time permits us, to come back to the items that are still outstanding. But I'm going to ask that we now have a 10-minute body break, or can we make it 5 minutes? We need to get out of the.
Make it 5 minutes, please, Speaker. 5 minutes.
I'll take your recommendation, Councillor J. We're going to make it 5 minutes.
We're right, 5 minutes, you.
Okay, we're going to be back at 5 to 3. Thank you.
Bossy booty.
Teresa!
You're a little bit confused, Teresa.
Can I please ask that the administration takes down the YouTube and make sure that we go into confidential mode? Thank you.
Oh, yeah, what's going to speak and get jealous? You are jealous that you are speaking now.
Teresa, you must come sit by me. You're getting confused.
Teresa, jy is dus stukke vandag, nee.
Ag, hey, dan Brendan, die klein aan, dink jy
Right, councillors, it's now exactly 5 to 3. We have 1 hour and 5 minutes before load shedding. I'm going to ask that we continue. The councillors, please to put your attendance in the chat box in order for us to expedite this whole process. So I'm going to ask all the councillors to please put their attendance in the chat box. We're going to move on to the confidential items and going through we've been through all the minutes. I'm going to do the confidential minutes quickly. It's going to take us a few seconds on item 15. If I'm correct, item 15, confidential minutes of the previous meetings, confidential minutes of an ordinary e-council meeting held on the 25th of March. Could I have a proposer? Sorry. Right, we're back online, sorry. So can I have a proposer for 15.1, confidential minutes?
I will propose Speaker, Alderman White.
Do we have a seconder?
I second Speaker, Councillor Cyphers.
Thank you very much. Confidential 15.2, confidential minutes of a special e-council meeting held on the 10th of June.
Barnard will propose.
Wessels will second.
Moving on to 16, confidential questions, none. 17, 17.1, confidential minutes of the special executive mayor in committee meeting held on the 3rd of June. Could I have a proposer?
Barnard will propose.
Sorry, I heard 4 people at the same time.
Councillor Mbete.
Okay, I have Councillor Suffers as a proposer and Councillor Mbete as a seconder. Moving on, just to confirm that the confidential minutes of the executive mayor in committee meeting held on the 20th of June. Do we have a proposer?
Wessels will propose.
Seconder?
Van Wyk will second.
Thank you very much. We're moving on to item 17.2.1, the report regarding the SHE policy, which is on, we're going to actually take 7.2.1, 7.2.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, and 0.6 together as per the recommendation by the whips. Am I correct with that, Chief Whip?
Speaker, you're correct. We agreed that we would deal with those items as one item. So you'll see on the speakers list, there's only one speaker for all the items as a unit.
I need to ask you to hold on for 1 second. We have not had the YouTube taken off yet. Just bear with me, please. I'm going to ask that corporate services stop that YouTube link immediately, please.